This old man just ordered the parasite in his own disciple's body to tear him apart from the inside. He's grinning, waiting for the screaming to start. Instead, the kid just stares back with cold, glowing eyes and says he cut that bug out a long time ago. Turns out the boy he adopted and gave his family name to had been planning to kill him from the very start. And it all begins with the lone survivor of a once great sect, dragging himself through the blood-soaked ruins of everything he ever knew. The Plum Blossom Swordmaster can barely hold his broken blade as the weight of the moment finally breaks him. Manhwa, his home and his sect, has been completely annihilated. But as he staggers through the wreckage, a group of warriors catches sight of him, unable to believe that a master of the Plum Blossom style could still be standing after such a slaughter. The Plum Blossom Swordmaster stands amidst the wreckage, struggling to grasp the scale of the massacre. It was supposed to be an entire sect, but it was all undone by just one person. With the last of his strength, he unleashes a final desperate technique that flares through the air. The warning comes too late, a panicked monk shouting for his brothers to get into position and block the incoming threat. The army leader tries to hold the formation together, as the energy wave surges toward them. A bearded elder braces for the impact, his face tight as the light closes in. The sword master is pushing far past his physical limits now, his body glowing as he pours everything he has left into this final stand. Enraged by the chaos, the enemy commander loses his composure entirely, screaming for the man to show himself and face his end. A heavy footstep drags across the dirt, leaving a thick trail of blood in its wake. Behind it stands an army representing the legendary sects, Shaolin, Wudong, Qingcheng, and Namgang, all gathered to face a single man. Our protagonist stands before them, hollow-eyed and unimpressed, carrying the severed head of their final hope as he notes the massive crowd they've brought just to see him. The monks and elders brace themselves, their commander demanding to know what kind of monster could commit such a massacre. The young man just scratches his head, admitting his motive was simple. He heard Manhwa was the strongest, and he had to see for himself. With his answer given, he starts to move, and the real fight begins. Rumors of the great sects are usually larger than life, but standing over a broken warrior, our protagonist finds the reality underwhelming. Looking at the gathered masters, he asks if this man is truly the best Manhwa has to offer. The disrespect hits home, drawing a line in the dirt that no amount of blood will wash away. He doesn't seem bothered by the odds, casually adjusting his grip as the group swarms him. The sect leader snaps, lunging forward with a blind, desperate rage as he vows to appease the souls of his fallen brothers by taking the boy's head. The battle confirmed everything he'd suspected about this world, and as he stands amidst the carnage of fallen masters, a dark thrill takes hold. This is exactly what he was looking for. The digital landscape glitches out as the connection severs, leaving our protagonist with a manic grin before he finally unhooks the headset and pulls himself back to reality. He exhales a long breath, sitting alone in his dark apartment while the adrenaline from the slaughter begins to fade. Our protagonist rubs his neck, wondering if he just bit off more than he could chew in that last fight. He sets his VR headset aside and glances at the game case, Murim Online. It's a hyper-violent virtual world where blood and realism are the only rules. And despite the public outcry to shut it down, he knows nothing else comes close to this feeling. On the television, a news anchor reports the sudden disappearance of CEO No from Dato Industries, but our lead is barely listening. He's already calculating his next move, weighing whether a stealthier, more lethal approach would work better for his next run. He sits alone in the dark, mumbling about showing mercy, or perhaps the lack of it, as the line between the game and his reality starts to blur. In the cold quiet of a dark room, CEO No is down bad, bleeding on the floor and wheezing out a desperate plea for mercy. Our protagonist barely seems to hear him, his focus fixed on a news report of the very man he's currently holding captive. He reaches for his weapon with the practiced calm of someone who's done this a dozen times before. This is the moment the CEO finally realizes he isn't being ransomed, he's being hunted. He begs for his life, tears streaming down a face that used to belong to a powerful man. But power doesn't mean much in this room. The gamer mocks the idea of mercy, tightening his grip around the CEO's throat as the man stammers through a useless lie about his innocence. The sledgehammer rests on our protagonist's shoulder as he looms over CEO No, who is finally backed into a corner. Surrounded by the blood-stained evidence of his own crimes, No can only stammer in disbelief that he's actually being held accountable. Our hero doesn't offer any sympathy, making it clear that a man who was truly innocent would never have ended up as his target. The CEO breaks into a frantic plea for his life, claiming he's reflecting on his actions while tears stream down his face. It's a pathetic display that only earns him a heavy blow and a mocking retort. Leaning in with a dark smile, the protagonist admits that the whole "spare me" routine is starting to feel a bit uninspired. The challenger swings with everything he has, bringing the hammer down in a high, arcing strike that connects with a sickening crunch. CEO No takes the full weight of the blow, his face twisting as he collapses into a scream of pure agony. Our protagonist doesn't wait for him to recover, sliding back to reposition while his opponent is still reeling. No, pinned and desperate, strains against the cords holding him until his knuckles go white. The restraints finally snap under the pressure of his rage, and he rises slowly, spitting out a murderous promise that this is as far as the challenger gets. He isn't just hurt, he's past the point of reason. CEO No is beyond reason now, his eyes wide with a murderous rage as he lunges forward with a scream. He puts everything into the charge, desperate to end this, but the challenger has already found his opening. A decisive strike cuts through the space between them, catching No clean and forcing a strangled gasp from his throat. The impact is absolute, a final heavy blow that sends the CEO spinning through the air until he hits the ground, completely broken. CEO No is at the end of his rope, bloodied and pinned to the floor by a terror he can't fight. He scrambles backward on all fours, desperate for distance that isn't there, screaming at the shadows that he isn't ready to go yet. The powerful executive, who spent his life climbing, is suddenly reduced to a basic biological truth. Most humans are born to be prey, but in every crowd, there's a small number of predators who live to hunt those weaker than themselves, and right now, the shadows are closing in to finish the meal. Standing over his prey, the intruder makes his position clear. He isn't just another predator, he is the hunter who tracks them down. CEO No scrambles backward, his voice cracking as he begs the shadow to stay away, but his desperate screams do nothing to slow the approach. Just as the tension breaks, the door bursts open and a police squad floods the room, their boots heavy against the tile as they surround the scene. They draw their weapons and order everyone to freeze, finally trapping the hunter and his target in the glare of their flashlights. Just as the situation reaches its breaking point, the detective makes his move, announcing the arrest of Dom Bong-soo on a laundry list of charges from kidnapping to confinement. The final charge is murder. Our protagonist scans the room in confusion, wondering how the police even found this place, but his internal questions are cut short by the roar of a gunshot that tears through the air. The detective isn't playing around, leveling his revolver with a lethal warning that he's using live rounds and he won't hesitate to use them again. A single bullet hole smoking in the wall makes the stakes clear. The gamer isn't just fighting shadows anymore. Surrounded by a wall of armed officers, he stands his ground in the center of the office, weighing his next move against a dozen loaded barrels. Looking at the scene, our protagonist sees a pattern he's lived through before, and a grim smile pulls at his lips as he draws a dark parallel to his own past. In the center of the room, a detective levels his revolver and demands answers from the man on the floor, exposing CEO No as a monster who has already taken the lives of 6 innocent women. The detective lays out the stomach-turning details of the torture and the photos No took, while the CEO cringes in the face of his own depravity. No finally takes in the room and sees the wrapped corpses surrounding him, each one a fellow murderer. To the challenger, these men aren't even human. They're just beasts, predators who survive by hunting the weak. But he knows exactly what his role is in this world. He's just the hunter who catches them. CEO No is falling apart, screaming at the police that they're pointing their guns at the wrong man. But the detective doesn't flinch as he lights a cigarette and explains that he only sees a monster. Our protagonist watches him and finally gives up on the idea of talking his way out. He tightens his grip as the detective screams for him to freeze, but the kid is already moving, disappearing into a high-speed blur before anyone can pull a trigger. His last stand ends in a flash of light, and as the world dissolves, our protagonist makes a final wish, that if there is a next life, it brings him to a place where he can hunt without restraint. He reaches for the memory of a world where strength is the only law, only to wake up gasping for air, clutching a throat that should have been cut. He made it. The Murim is real, and the hunt starts now. The protagonist wakes up to a voice full of annoyance, surprised to find him still kicking after whatever happened in the marketplace. His vision is blurry, his mind still reaching back to the sound of a gun going off, but the man standing over him has already run out of patience. Before our lead can even find his bearings, a massive hand bunches up his robes and drags him upward. This thug apparently went through a lot of trouble to get him here, and now he's weighing whether it's just easier to finish the job for real. Our hero can only glare back through the pain, waiting to see if this is where his second chance actually ends. The thug calls it a day and walks out, leaving the boy crumpled on the floor like a piece of trash. But the humiliation doesn't land the way it's supposed to. Instead, something inside the protagonist starts to boil. He watches the man walk away, anchoring his hand against the ground, staring at the retreating back from between his own legs. A sudden surge of violent energy ripples through him, but his lungs give out before he can move. He hacks up a mouthful of blood, his body finally hitting the wall of its own limits. He reaches out, desperate to just stay upright, when a sensation he can't name suddenly washes over him. This is the part where it gets ugly. He doesn't know it yet, but the boy who just collapsed isn't the one who's going to stand back up. He looks down at his hands and everything feels wrong. This body is emaciated, ghostly under a strange purple haze, and covered in scars he has no memory of earning. It takes a second for the weight of it to land. He isn't just in a new body, he's in a different world. Outside, the moon hangs over a fortress that looks like a relic from another era, but one he recognizes instantly. This is the Murim, and somehow, he's right in the middle of it. Dong Bong-soo kneels at the threshold, a scarred silhouette pinned between the dark and a blinding light that feels more like an ending than a beginning. He grabs his head as the transition hits, the sheer weight of the shift pulling at his sanity, until he finally collapses forward, the struggle of his old life washing away. A single tear tracks down his face, cutting through the grit and the scars of a past he's finally leaving behind. Everything he ever wanted is finally within reach, and as he looks up, the system formally registers the new player by name. This is it. Dong Bong-soo has officially entered the world of the truly strong. Everything begins here, in the silence of Murim Online, where our protagonist Dong Bong-soo prepares for the life he's about to enter. In the dim, heavy air of the stables, So-sam spends his days dragging a pitchfork through the dirt. The only break in the silence is the occasional snort of a horse as he works alone in the shadows, just another invisible laborer in a world that doesn't look twice at him. That quiet is shattered when the stable doors swing open, and a voice barks his name. He nearly jumps out of his skin at the sight of Lord Makhil, his posture immediately shrinking into something small and submissive. Makhil doesn't even step inside, covering his face in disgust as he orders the boy to follow him for a new task. So-sam stammers out a weak protest about his unfinished chores, his voice trembling with the kind of fear that only comes from knowing you have no right to say no. Makhil's hand closes around the boy's throat like a vice, pinning him against the wall of the storage room. He isn't asking for a favor, he's delivering a reminder. To Makhil, the Danri clan providing food and a bed to a stuttering orphan is an act of charity that So-sam has clearly grown too comfortable with. He leans in, his shadow swallowing the boy whole, as he drives the point home. In this world, So-sam is nothing more than a slave. The words land, and for a moment, the terror in the boy's eyes flickers into something else, a spark of realization that he's been living on borrowed time. Somewhere else in the city, an old weaponsmith stands in his workshop, surrounded by piles of discarded blades, and waiting for a routine delivery. When Dong-oh finally arrives with the boy in tow, the old man is immediately suspicious, wondering why Makhil didn't show up himself. Dong-oh just offers a greasy smile, dismissing the absence as Makhil's spending another day at the local inn. Dong-oh lies with a practiced ease, claiming he was just out having a drink, but the local weaponsmith isn't buying the story. Looking over a massive pile of blades, the old man notes that moving this much steel is going to be a problem for just two people. Dong-oh only laughs, gesturing toward his companion and calling So-sam a perfectly good beast of burden before driving a brutal strike into the back of his neck. As So-sam collapses into the dirt, Dong-o towers over him, mockingly asking what he's doing down there. Dong-o clearly enjoys the sound of his own bark, looming over his subordinate with a command to get moving. So-sam doesn't argue, bracing himself as he prepares to shoulder a load that would break a normal man. Of course, the moment work actually starts, Dong-o suddenly remembers a very important appointment at the local inn, leaving So-sam face down in the dirt to handle the entire delivery alone. From the shadows of the workshop, the old weaponsmith watches the exchange, his expression shifting from sharp observation to a quiet, heavy pity. He's seen this play out before, and he knows exactly how much weight is being dumped on the young man's back. But So-sam just keeps moving, hauling a massive bundle of steel through the streets, his body bent double under the sheer weight of a job that was never supposed to be his. A heavy sack of rusted blades and scrap metal groans under its own weight, barely held together as So-sam hauls the massive burden through the dark. The bag is packed to the bursting point, with the jagged remains of 100 fights, and even as it tears open, he stops to gather every single piece that spills onto the dirt. This isn't just junk to him, it's a living, and he drags the load with everything he has left as the sun finally dips below the rooftops of the city. The old weaponsmith looks over at the boy with genuine concern, urging him to finally take a rest. So-sam stands there, a hollow shell of himself, while the old man notes that his complexion has turned toward the ghastly. Even as his vision begins to swim, the kid tries to stammer out that he's fine, but the courtyard is already tilting. He's pushed himself past the breaking point, and the world is finally going dark. A voice pulls at him from the dark, asking why he even bothers to keep dragging out such a pathetic bug-like life. He doesn't have an answer, and as his body gives out, his vision begins to narrow until the world is nothing but a sliver of light. A sudden shout cuts through the haze, as a massive warrior looms over him, demanding he get out of the way. Our protagonist is barely standing, a small shadow caught between giants who have no patience for his exhaustion. He forces out a shaky apology, his head hanging low as he tries to make himself even smaller, but he isn't fast enough to avoid the violent blow that sends him spiraling back into the black. So-sam can't even see the hit coming before it sends him spiraling, his mind racing through every moment he spent just trying to stay alive. He looks up at the man who broke him, and wonders if the mistake was surviving the storm that took his family, or if the real error was knocking on the Danri clan's gate for help. As the ground comes up to meet him, his vision starts to fade, not with anger, but with a sudden bone-deep cold. In the middle of a dark, silent void, a boy lies curled into a defensive ball, his voice a desperate plea for help. He stares up at a single window of light, the only break in the crushing shadows around him. Then his eyes snap open, one of them a blood-red glint against the dark. He wakes up with a start in the dim light of a stable, his body trembling as he takes in the rough wooden walls and the scent of straw. His limbs feel heavy and unfamiliar as he drags himself toward a water trough. A sharp gasp of pain cuts through the silence as he leans against the rough wood, standing alone in the center of a dark, cold stable. It's a familiar place, but only through a filter. These are someone else's memories, and he's just now realizing he has access to them. The truth of the situation is grim. The boy who lived here, the real So-sam, was beaten to death in this very spot. It's a clean takeover of a battered vessel, and as he studies his new, bruised face, something outside catches his attention. In the dim light of the storage shed, a glowing interface flickers to life right in front of So-sam. It's a formal greeting to Murim Online, the world of the truly strong. This is the part that shouldn't be possible. He's already lived through that game once, and seeing the status window here means the rules of his old life are starting to bleed into his new one. Outside in the Danri clan courtyard, the world is moving on without any concern for magical windows. A middle-aged laborer grumbles as he carries his work bowl down the stone steps, wondering why he's the only one stuck cleaning up after the horses. He figures if his coworker was done for the day, the guy should have just headed home instead of leaving him with the mess. He has no idea the man he's looking for just had his entire reality rewritten. Pine Do Riang is a massive, hulking wall of a man, and for a Danri clan laborer, he is the last person you want to run into on a bad day. The laborer grumbles to himself about having to clean up after a half-wit, his resentment boiling over as he wonders why someone of his stature is stuck with this mess. For a split second, The thought of just ending the problem himself crosses his mind, but the flash of murderous intent fades as quickly as it came. Realizing the risk to his own neck is far too high if he gets caught, he decides to vent his frustration on the easiest target nearby, kicking a resting boy aside just to feel some sense of control. Lord Machel's frustration finally boils over into an outburst, lashing out at the useless moron whose survival has apparently become a personal insult to him. So Sam takes the abuse in silence, battered and scarred in the dim light of his shack. It's already the second week since he woke up in this place, but his mind is far sharper than his captors realize. He has spent every hour piecing together the reality of his situation, gathering every scrap of information he can find to map out the world beyond these walls. So Sam watches the training ground from the shadows, his face bruised and bloodied as he analyzes the patterns of the guards stationed across the courtyard. An entire army stands before him, their discipline perfect and their blades held with a precision that speaks of more than just simple training. He's noticed the Hanja characters being used, yet this isn't the China he knows. It's somewhere else entirely. The world has rewritten itself into a place where martial arts aren't just for movies or novels, but a living reality where people fly through the air and master techniques he once thought were impossible. He's landed in the middle of it, and he's going to have to do more than just watch if he wants to survive. To move faster than the eye can follow is a fantasy for most, but for the men drilling on these grounds, it's a daily standard. Watching an army move with this kind of impossible precision is a sensory overload for So-Sam, especially when the world around him starts clicking into a familiar digital shape. It's not just the martial arts, he's looking at a status window and a system he recognizes from his time as a gamer. Everything he's seeing, from the way the soldiers strike to the data floating in his vision, points to one conclusion: he stepped into a live-action version of Murim Online. If the laws of the game apply here, his life just became a lot more complicated. To be precise, our protagonist is looking at something that shouldn't exist, a glowing status window from a game called Murim Online. For some reason, the interface is active, and he's the only one who can see it. The physical weight of the world is too heavy for this to be a dream. The dirt under his nails and the ache in his muscles are real. He watches the people around him, their shifting expressions, their cruelty, and their own hidden lives. They aren't scripted background characters, they are alive. It leaves So-Sam with a question that doesn't have an easy answer. Is he still a human in this world, or just a player in a high-stakes simulation? A voice from the doorway snaps him back to the moment. A man named Dong-Oh leans against the frame, a mocking grin on his face as he taunts the wounded laborer for resting while there's still work to be done. Dong-Oh clearly enjoys having the upper hand, taunting the boy about the punishment he's about to receive for being such an idiot. Choosing instead to reach for his bowl and drink every last drop like Dong-Oh isn't even in the room. The blatant disrespect sends Dong-Oh into a rage, and as he leans in to threaten the boy's life, he finally makes eye contact. The world stops. This isn't the gaze of a broken laborer. It's a look of pure, lethal intent that freezes the air between them. Dong-Oh barely has time to register his own fear before the dynamic flips completely. 1 second he was the predator, and the next, he's just a man realizing he stepped into a cage with something much worse. So-Sam sinks his fingers into the man's throat, cutting off any chance at a scream before the fight even begins. Dong-Oh can only stare back in shock as the boy he thought he knew leans in close, watching the light fade from his eyes while he struggles to draw a single breath. The kid Dong-Oh remembers is gone, replaced by something that has been waiting a long time to crawl out. A final, animalistic rattle escapes the man's throat as So-Sam applies the last of his strength, tearing through muscle and bone with a brutal efficiency that leaves no room for mercy. Standing over the body, our protagonist is completely submerged in the frenzy, looking less like a boy and more like the monster he just claimed he became. So-Sam gives in to the frenzy, his silhouette lost in the spray of his own making as he stands over his latest kill. Everything in his vision is stained red, the sheer sensory overload making the world tilt. He stops to wonder if he's still human or just some player in a system he doesn't understand. So-Sam looks at the carnage around him and feels the fundamental law governing this place. For someone like him, this world is a gift, a place where he no longer has to hide his true nature. He can hunt to his heart's content, knowing that even stronger and more monstrous predators are out there waiting. This is the Murim, and from now on, he's roaming the jungle as one of them. So-Sam stands battered and bloody, his eyes burning with a hunger that hasn't been satisfied yet. A jagged smile cuts across his face, the kind of expression that belongs to a man who has finally found where he fits in a world built on violence. Reaching up toward the moon, he makes a silent promise to himself. As soon as his body mends, he's going right back into the fray. For the true predators, this isn't just a battle, it's home. So Sam stares at the blue shimmering field and estimates its size. At least 300 square meters of pure potential. Behind him, CEO No lies broken on the stone floor, his usefulness exhausted and his fate already decided. Reaching out toward the surface, the protagonist prepares to test a theory that sounds insane in the real world. He wonders if the mechanics of his past life still hold true here, as he slams his hand onto the dying man's face to see if a human being can be stored away like common loot. As CEO No freezes in terror, so Sam reaches out and activates his newest command. The air glitches and tears open, pulling the massive opponent into a swirling vortex that leaves the stone chamber empty. He stares at the space where a man used to be, struck by how easily the feature worked. This isn't just a tool, it's a game changer. A darker thought begins to take shape as he considers the possibilities. If he can store living things, what happens to them while they're inside? A thin, cold smile spreads across his face as he decides he'll need a few more experiments to find out. The Danri clan courtyard is a place where even the sky feels out of reach for those at the bottom. Among the sweepers and servants is Sam, a young laborer who spends his days clutching a broom and avoiding eye contact. He's a ghost in plain sight, but he still catches the attention of those looking for a target. Behind his mess of black hair, he watches the world with a cold, red-eyed stare that no one else sees. To everyone here, he's just a half-wit, a broken toy meant for their amusement. When the mood strikes, a senior laborer lashes out with a sudden strike just to see if the boy will flinch. The man towers over him, demanding to know if he's finally gone mute on top of everything else. So Sam doesn't fight back, instead leaning into the act with a vacant grin and a few mindless groans. It's a humiliating role to play, but for now, it's the only thing keeping him alive in a clan that kills what it doesn't understand. Dongo prods him with a finger, calling him a mute bastard and warning him to stop slacking off. The boy plays his part perfectly, letting out a few strained, nonsensical sounds, and under the bright sky, our protagonist leads the horse through the crowded streets of the city, blending into the background of a busy market day where no one gives the stable hand a second look. It's a quiet existence for now, but in a place like this, even the most overlooked person sees everything. So Sam watches the world move past him with a cold, detached gaze. A group of kids wait for him in the shadows of a doorway, launching a stone with malicious glee. The rock catches him square in the head, but our protagonist doesn't even flinch. He just keeps walking, the blood on his neck the only sign he felt anything at all. The bullies follow him out, pulling at their faces and mocking his silence. They know he's a target who won't fight back, a dummy who can't even speak for himself. But as they lean in for another taunt, the air in the alleyway shifts. The leader's face drops, something dark and ancient ripples out from Sam, and suddenly the kids realize they aren't looking at a victim anymore. They're looking at a monster. The village kids have found their favorite target again, cornering Sam with the kind of casual cruelty only children can manage. He plays his part perfectly, stumbling through a fake confusion that keeps his true nature hidden behind a mask of incompetence. It's an act he's practiced for years, enduring their mocking songs about his stutter and his silence while he leads his horse through the market. But as the insults pile up, calling him a mute, a fool, a man who can't do anything, something shifts. The shadow he casts doesn't match the boy they see. It's a heavy, dark presence that suggests he is anything but helpless. He doesn't snap, choosing instead to walk away and let the weight of the moment settle behind him. Across the compound, the disappearance of Guak Dongo is finally starting to cause problems. One of the clan laborers grumbles over the extra work, complaining about being stuck cleaning weapons, while the man who was supposed to be doing it has been missing for days. They have no idea how close the answer to that mystery really is. The laborer wanders the compound, muttering to himself and wondering if his missing help has finally dropped dead somewhere. But the sight inside the room stops the man cold. Row after row of blades gleam under the light, every single one sharpened to a perfect edge. It's impossible. He checks the work, struggling to believe this brat actually finished every single task on the list without being asked. So Sam just offers a vacant, simple-minded grin, playing the role of the mindless laborer perfectly, while the man stares at him in a cold sweat. The change is unsettling. He's fast, he's efficient, and he's doing more than is required. Whatever happened when the boy almost died, he's come back as someone else entirely. So Sam holds out a small pouch with a vacant, unbothered smile that catches the attendant off guard. At first, the man is suspicious, but his fingers find their way into the fabric anyway, and he finds enough gold to make his breath hitch. The suspicion vanishes in an instant, replaced by a loud booming laugh, as he declares that the brat has finally learned how the world really works. He claps So-Sam on the shoulder with a sudden greedy affection, already tucking the treasure away and telling him to keep this new attitude up. But as the man turns his back, the boy's mask slips, leaving only a cold, predatory gaze that suggests the attendant just sold himself for a very small price. Dong-O catches a heavy pouch of coins and smiles, his mind already drifting away from the work he's supposed to be doing. He weighs the gold in his palm, savoring the heft of a payoff he didn't have to work for, and heads toward the district where that kind of money actually matters. He stops in front of a brightly lit inn as the sun dips below the horizon, ready to spend every coin on a single night. The innkeeper leans in with a submissive grin, eager to cater to any wealthy patron who walks through his doors. Lord Mashiel wastes no time asserting his status, leaning back with a haughty expression as he demands the best service the house can offer. He wants Chosun, the top-tier companion, brought out immediately. This stops the innkeeper cold. Mashiel usually settles for the cheaper entertainment, and the sudden jump in taste catches the man off guard. Seeing the confusion, Mashiel lets out a sharp, arrogant laugh, reveling in the fact that he finally has the means to act like the big shot he's always wanted to be. Nearby, So-Sam keeps his head down, maintaining the humble facade of a lowly worker, while his eyes track every movement with cold, clinical focus. He's not here for the drinks or the company. He's here to close the deal. The innkeeper is practically vibrating with joy, already making plans for the coins he just pocketed as he directs his guest upstairs. Lord Mashiel waits alone in the private room, his hands trembling with an anticipation he can barely hide. When the door finally slides open, Chosun enters with a calm that stops the room's momentum. Mashiel is instantly paralyzed. He's seen beautiful women before, but she's operating on a level that makes his previous favorites look like common street fillers. He tries to reclaim his dignity with a stiff cough, but it's a lost cause as she kneels to serve him. His composure cracks into a giddy, lecherous laugh, fully lost in the sight of her. A voice whispers from the dark, beckoning someone to step just a little closer, as a single eye watches through a cracks in the wall with predatory intent. At the Bongyang Inn, the proprietor watches as his high-paying guest climbs the stairs to find his prize. He scoffs at the man's taste for a girl young enough to be his own daughter, settles any moral conflict he might have felt. After all, money is money. A shadow in the doorway cuts his celebration short, framing a figure who clearly isn't here to book a room. The innkeeper's greeting dies in his throat as he recognizes the boy standing in the sunset glow. The innkeeper looms over him, a massive shadow against the blood-red sky, demanding to know if this mute laborer even understands where he's standing. He isn't interested in a conversation, losing his patience and telling the boy to vanish before things get violent. Then, the boy moves. He reaches out with a heavy pouch, letting out a few senseless grunts as he maintains his half-wit persona, and the innkeeper's entire demeanor shifts. Inside the bag is more gold than a man like this sees in a year, a sight that sends his greed into an immediate tailspin. Money doesn't just talk, it buys a complete reversal, as the once threatening man suddenly can't wait to point the way toward the room where Eng is waiting. The gold is more than enough to buy the innkeeper's silence and a wide, greedy grin. Behind him, So-Sam walks into the Bongyang Inn, already moving toward the back rooms where the real work happens. Inside one of those rooms, Lord Mashiel admires his own strength, convinced he's still the man he used to be. He savors the feeling of superiority for a second too long. That pride is cut short when a bandage tightens around his throat, and the air he was just using to boast suddenly vanishes. Donglo claws at the fabric, tightening around his throat, his breath hitching as the world begins to blur. Behind him, So-Sam pulls with a cold, steady focus, ignoring the frantic demands to know who is even attacking. This isn't a duel, it's an execution. And So-Sam leans his entire weight into the kill, dragging the larger man down as Donglo's resistance turns into desperate, uncoordinated flailing. For a second, everything falls away, but the predatory focus in So-Sam's eyes. Donglo's strength finally breaks, his body going limp against the floorboards while his vision begins to dim for the last time. So-Sam doesn't let go, watching with a hollow, satisfied grin as the light leaves his target's eyes. The predatory surge finally lands, and So-Sam revels in the moment as he crushes the life out of Donglo. This wasn't just a fight, it was an execution. As the heat of the kill begins to cool, his gaze drifts toward Cho-sun, still motionless on the floor. He crouches over the body of his victim for a second, checking the aftermath before shifting his full focus to the woman. Standing over her in the quiet of the room, he lets the weight of the night settle, his mind already moving to whatever comes next. So-Sam slips out of the inner room, leaving the body behind as he checks the hallway. Peering through cracks in the wall, he scans the area for any witnesses before pressing his hand against the wood to finish the job. With a quiet command, he triggers his system and stores the entire corpse in his inventory. Glad he took the time to master this trick. It's a clean getaway, and as he looks back at the empty floor, he knows this ability is going to make his future hunts much easier. Everything is finally clicking for So-Sam as the interface confirms what he suspected all along. The numbers don't lie. He just gained a real chunk of experience. It's the ultimate dark logic of this world. Killing people isn't just a crime, it's a resource. For every life he takes, his power scales upward. And once he levels up, the hunt only gets easier. It is a perfect, bloody loop that feeds into itself, proving that in this place, he can become infinitely strong. The lone survivor sprawls across the floor and stares at the ceiling, savoring the outcome of the slaughter. This world is exactly what he wanted it to be. He sits up slowly, looking down at the body of the scarred warrior he just finished off, framing the dead man's face through his fingers like a director admiring a perfect shot. The warrior's eyes are blank, his life already gone. Elsewhere in the building, a guard stands watch by a row of sliding doors, his arms crossed as he monitors the quiet hallway. The silence is broken by an attendant rushing toward the room, her footsteps echoing against the wood as she carries news that likely can't wait. Ang is out of breath by the time she reaches the room, but the innkeeper has no patience for her exhaustion. He reminds her that even a mute is a paying customer and pushes her to get inside. She offers a quick, casual apology for the delay, yet the man stays behind, his suspicion growing. He mutters to himself about how long they're taking, clearing his throat before knocking to check on his guests. He calls out to Brother Machil and Chosun, his voice dropping from a fake politeness into an awkward suggestion that they should rest. But no one answers, and the silence from the other side of the door is unnerving. The innkeeper stands outside the guest room door, fuming over being ignored by his two guests. He starts to complain about Lord Machil, but a sharp, sudden sound from inside cuts him off. Fear takes over as he slams the door open, and whatever he expected to see is instantly replaced by a sight that freezes his blood. In the dim light of the room, a heavy shadow hangs from the ceiling. The world stops as he recognizes the man he was just cursing. It's Lord Machil, his body hanging limp from a wooden beam with a rope around his neck. The innkeeper can barely force the words out, calling for his brother in a whisper that breaks the silence of the room. Nestled between the Huai and Yangtze rivers, the province of Anhui sits on an expansive plain that has been a hub of trade since ancient times. But where money flows, bandits and villains from the unorthodox factions are never far behind. To protect the peace, many clans rose up to enforce the code of the Murim, led by the legendary Namgung family and their rivals, the Danri clan. While the Danri can't match the raw power of the Namgung, they've built their name on the strength of the Cross Heaven Sword Division and the shadowy intelligence work of the Black Crow Squad. In the province of Anhui, one group stands above all others when it comes to secrets: the Black Crow Squad. They are so effective at gathering intelligence that even the legendary Beggar sect has to admit they are second best in this region. But inside their quiet halls, squad leader Ji Dehyo stares at the scroll. the numbers on the page making no sense. Over the last few months, nearly 100 people have taken their own lives. It is a staggering surge of death that doesn't fit any natural pattern. Suicides used to happen once or twice a month, but 100 is a plague. Daehyo knows his business, and his gut is telling him this isn't a string of tragedies. It's something much more sinister. For Gi Daehyo, the strangest thing about the whole situation isn't the body count, it's how perfect the files are. Every single case points unequivocally to suicide, but the perfection itself feels like a lie. If the world was that clean, he wouldn't be here. He presses the local official for a starting point and learns the first to die was a man named Machil, an artisan from the armory. When the official confirms the man belonged to the Danri clan, the weight of the investigation shifts. It's not just a string of deaths anymore. It's a direct strike at one of the families. Gi Daehyo takes a moment to process the news, his hand resting on his chin. If this Machil really took his own life, the location is the only thing that matters now. The official names the Phoenix Tavern, a local inn, as the place where it happened. Daehyo decides to move immediately, surprising the official, who doesn't understand why a squad leader would need to handle such a routine matter in person. But Daehyo isn't interested in second-hand reports. He needs to see the scene with his own eyes. They arrive at the tavern shortly after, the busy courtyard a sharp contrast to the grim work ahead. Standing before a set of closed doors, Daehyo confirms he's at the right spot. The innkeeper points out the very rafters where they found the man hanging, his voice shaking as he recounts the discovery. The innkeeper leads the way with a submissive bow, ushering them into the heart of the mystery. Gi Daehyo doesn't just look, he scans, searching for the one thread that doesn't fit the official story. If this supposed suicide plague is actually a string of murders, then the room itself is a lie. He starts with the structural seals. He checks the floorboards for any sign of a struggle or a way in, but after searching every nook and cranny, the math still doesn't add up. There was no way for a killer to enter this room without being seen. He's looking at a locked room mystery with no obvious answer. Gi Daehyo narrows his focus to the wall, convinced the only remaining exit has to be right in front of him. He leans in to examine the wood grain, pressing his palm against the heavy logs to test their weight. If these could be shifted, they'd lead straight to freedom, but the structural logic doesn't add up. He questions the clan's carpenter, asking if there is any possible way to remove these logs without tearing the entire roof off first. The builder doesn't hesitate, explaining that the design makes it physically impossible. Each log is set deep into grooves in the ceiling and floor beams, meaning you'd have to dismantle the room's skeleton just to move a single piece. It's a dead end, leaving our MC with nothing but a locked room that refuses to give up its secrets. After the death of Lord Machil, Gi Daehyo isn't buying the official story. He presses the innkeeper for details about the other guests, and the trail leads straight to a man named Susam, supposedly from the Danri clan. But out on the village street, Susam isn't acting like a high-born warrior. He's checking a floating system window and calculating his growth, realizing that the man he killed recently provided a massive experience boost. It's cold math. Killing a martial artist pays better than common thugs, but he's not ready to go hunting for more just yet. Susam is hunting for a specific kind of target, someone strong enough to bridge the gap between commoners and true martial artists. Thinking back to his last kill, he realizes he's being interrupted by a group of thugs. A large scarred man steps forward to mock him, demanding respect and wondering why their little Susam has suddenly grown so handsome. When the boy doesn't answer, the thug leans in closer, laughing about the sudden silent treatment and feigning disbelief that he'd be ignored by a kid he used to bully. Susam doesn't move, watching the man with a cold, narrow gaze that suggests he might have just found exactly what he was looking for. Street thugs. Even as a low-ranking member of the clan, Susam was still supposed to have some standing, yet he lived his life getting pushed around by scum like this. The scarred thug leading the group isn't taking the silent treatment well. As they drag him into a nearby alley, he lets them pull him along while he does the math. He could kill them all right here and find a way to frame it as a suicide. With his inventory, he could easily move the bodies, but the risk of making a scene and getting discovered still weighs on him. In the end, he decides against it. They just aren't worth enough experience points to justify the trouble. So Sam watches the scene with a cold, calculating gaze. He's already done the math. A sharp command cuts through the hallway, stopping the thugs in their tracks. Jang Ho steps out of the shadows, his voice carrying a smooth, forced politeness as he chides his men for their rough handling. The thugs immediately scramble back, their arrogance replaced by genuine terror at the mere sight of him. So-sam studies the newcomer, committing the name to memory. Jang Ho ignores the tension, turning his attention to So-sam's horse with a look of quiet, greedy amusement. The man explains his plan with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes, claiming he wants the horse as a gift for his leader. He asks for So-sam's opinion, but the casual tone is just a thin veil for his contempt. So-sam watches him, reading the lethal intent that the others seem to miss. This was never about a gift. It's about a murder and a theft. Growing tired of the silence, the man leans in close with a final warning that he won't ask a second time. So-sam finally breaks his act, telling the man to just get on with it, if that's his goal. The sudden shift in confidence catches the thugs off guard, shocked that the laborer they were looking down on actually has a spine. So-sam reaches into thin air and calls his inventory into reality, pulling a blade from the void and leaving the thug paralyzed as the world shifts around him. A precise, lethal strike cuts through his neck, leaving the rest of the crew to stare in silence at the silhouette of a man who shouldn't exist. This man is used to being the threat in a dark alley, but right now, he's the one preying. Whatever he just saw has stripped away every bit of his composure, leaving him scrambling through the narrow street in a blind, desperate sprint for his life. He doesn't even know what he's running from, only that it's something monstrous enough to make a man like him beg for help he knows isn't coming. The street doesn't offer any exits, and as his final cry is cut short, the reality of the situation settles in. He was never going to make it to the end of the alley. Guak Dong-o hits the ground hard, his world narrowing down to the red-tinted stone of a dark alley. Pain and confusion flare as he tries to make sense of how he ended up face down in the dirt. The reality of his situation starts to sink in, and for the first time, he's actually looking at his own death. He can't wrap his head around the reversal. To him, So-sam was always just a pathetic loser, a human moneybag who would giggle and pay up whenever he got a beating. Now, as he's dragged along like a sack of grain, he starts to bargain, claiming he was just trying to do a favor and make a little extra cash. His excuses land on deaf ears as a hand tightens on his collar with a strength that shouldn't be possible. So-sam doesn't even look back, only noting how frustrating the noise has become as he drags the man deeper into the shadows. As the prisoner comes to, his eyes fix on the figure looming over him in the darkness, and the realization hits him. He's about to die at the hands of a demon. The captive can barely breathe with a blade pressed against his throat, but So-sam doesn't care about his terror. He just wants to know who the loudmouth was that died first. Trembling, the man stammers out a name, Jang Ho. So-sam recalls the name and prompts him to finish the rest, and the captive blabs everything, screaming that they're part of the Black Snake Society. He explains that they are one of the syndicates ruling the back alleys of Bonyang, and the man So-sam already killed was actually an executive. So-sam weighs the rank of his latest victim, realizing he just cut down someone high up in the local underworld. With the blade pressed against his throat, the man breaks and spills every secret he has, naming Bong Po-yum as the true leader of the Black Snake Society. This was the man who had ordered the hit on Master So-sam just to recover a horse. So-sam weighs the information. These groups are basically structured like modern gangs, with a clear boss and hierarchy. He offers a small, cold comfort, promising the man his life in exchange for everything he knows about the Ebony Syndicate and the society. Desperate for any way out, the informant clings to that lie, gasping for confirmation. Standing over the body, our protagonist calls out for his inventory, already moving on to the next step. So-sam takes a long breath, slumping down against the wall. He lets the weight of the day finally land. This wasn't just a cleanup job, it was a lesson. And he's walking away with a much clearer picture of the board. He'd been hunting for a specific kind of prey, something stronger than a civilian but weak enough to use as a stepping stone, and he just found exactly what he needed in the Ebony Syndicate. So-sam looks at his hands and makes a choice. He's done being the prey. From now on, he's the one hunting. He notices the impossible. every trace of the fight has vanished. This changes the math entirely. If leveling up can stitch a body back together, maybe it could even fix a destroyed heart or brain. He realizes that if he's close enough to the next rank, he can afford to take risks that would kill anyone else. But there's a catch to this newfound power. The massive burst of light that signaled his growth acted like a flare in the dark, and in a place like this, being noticed is the fastest way to get killed. The level up isn't just a gift, it's a beacon for every danger nearby. So Sam stands in the silence of the alley, the weight of the risk he just took finally settling. He knows his inventory-based killing method is too dangerous to reveal, and the resolution is simple. No one can ever see how he actually fights. To survive among the prey, a hunter has to look completely ordinary, blending into the crowd until they're indistinguishable from the people around them. From now on, he decides to time his level-ups for the exact moment a hunt ends, or only in places where he's truly alone with his target. He starts moving again, grabbing the reins of his horse as the first light of dawn begins to break over the rooftops. Looking back, the reality of the situation hits him. If Jang Ho had been even a little more cautious, So Sam might not have made it out of that alley. So Sam knows his act is wearing thin. Pretending to be a mute laborer has kept him alive this long, but in a world like this, camouflage only buys you time. But his plans for a quiet growth curve disappear when a hand suddenly clamps onto his shoulder. The man behind the grip doesn't just want a word, he's looking for blood. This is Ji Daehyo, leader of the Black Crow Squad, and he goes straight for the throat by asking if So Sam was the one who killed Machel. The world stops for a second as the interrogation lands. Before So Sam can even think of a lie, Ji Daehyo begins channeling internal energy into his fist, turning a simple grab into a lethal threat. Sitting in the shadows of a stable, So Sam watches the blue light of a system window flicker with a critical error message. He studies the glowing interface, trying to make sense of the timing. The glitch only triggered once he hit level 2. So Sam sits alone in the quiet dark, letting the weight of the system's logic settle. A blue window flickers to life before him, warning of a critical error that has already rewritten the rules of his world. He considers the irony of the warning. If the system wanted to flag an error, his very presence in this place should have been the first alert. It's a bit late for the system to start worrying about logic now, but as he swipes through the interface, he notices something new. The stats that used to be hidden behind question marks have finally stabilized into clear gauge bars, giving him his first real look at the shape of his own power. Our protagonist stares at the interface, wondering if the glitchy state of his status screen is just another critical error. It's a strange thought, but maybe reality simply can't be quantified like a game. He taps through the menus to check his combat abilities, and a list of basic passives flares to life in front of him. It's the standard starter kit: slashing, stabbing, blocking, and throwing. These are the common traits every player gets when they first start Murim Online. But as he scrolls to the bottom, he finds an anomaly. So Sam pauses, weighing the list against everything he knows about the game's mechanics. One skill stands out: Spirit Eye. It has no description and doesn't exist in the game's database, leaving him to wonder exactly what kind of power he's just stumbled into. Without warning, a notification confirms the activation of Spirit Eye, casting the skill automatically as So Sam scans the darkness. A second prompt delivers a chilling countdown. An enemy at least 10 levels higher has closed the distance to within 20 meters. He stares at the glowing text, the proximity alarm ticking down in front of him. It looks like some kind of early warning system, and if the level gap is that large, he's in serious trouble. He moves through the darkness, every step measured and silent as the countdown continues. So Sam reaches the threshold, the light from beyond the door cutting through the shadows and framing his silhouette. He tightens his grip, saying nothing as the final seconds tick away. There's no turning back now, not with the barrier right in front of him. Listening to the footsteps, So Sam decides this probably isn't an enemy. Very few people are brave enough to break into the Danri clan, and a real intruder wouldn't be moving this slowly. If his guess is right, he's about to face an expert from the clan itself. He still doesn't know exactly how wide the gap is between level 2 and level 10, but reaching his current rank already cost enough lives to prove the difference is massive. If he only killed ordinary people, he'd have to slaughter thousands. maybe tens of thousands, just to reach that level of power. In this world, a person's strength is measured by the sheer value of the lives they've ended. Narrowing down the list of people it could be, So-sam realizes there's only one likely candidate. The light spills into the hall, but it doesn't reach the eyes of Ji Daehyo as he steps through the threshold. He's looking for a specific face, and when he finds So-sam huddled in the dark, the air in the corridor seems to vanish. There's a massive gap in power between them, and the way Daehyo looms over the boy makes it clear this isn't a meeting between equals. The question lands with the weight of a death sentence. Did So-sam kill Michiel? He doesn't wait for a reply, tightening his grip as the silence in the hallway stretches. Terror hits So-sam all at once, the kind of raw fear that freezes the lungs and makes the world go dark around the edges. He tries to scramble back, a desperate sound dying in his throat, but there is nowhere to go when Ji Daehyo is already right there. The pressure Ji Daehyo is projecting isn't just physical. It's a cold, suffocating weight that feels like it's crushing the air straight out of the hallway. So-sam stares up into that overwhelming presence, realizing he isn't just facing a stronger fighter, but something that has completely outclassed him before the first real strike even lands. His breath hitches as the sheer scale of the threat finally sinks in. Ji Daehyo watches him through the silence, seemingly unimpressed, weighing the boy's reaction as if deciding exactly how much of this So-sam can actually take. Ji Daehyo decides he's seen enough and signals the end of the meeting. They leave So-sam alone in the dim light of the cell. Out in the corridor, the subordinate can't let it go, pressing the captain on why they're walking away without a real interrogation when the kid clearly has something to hide. Ji Daehyo confirms his suspicions with a single look. He explains that he had quietly tested the boy by injecting internal energy directly into his body, a move his subordinate watches with intense focus. The verdict is final. The boy is empty of any martial trace, just an ordinary person caught in the middle of a nightmare. It's an unsettling realization that leaves Ji Daehyo staring at the moon, wondering if the dozens of deaths in the city really were suicides after all. He weighs the cost of this plague, fearing how many more lives it will claim before it finally burns out. But as it turns out, the suicide plague vanished from Bonyang that very night, only to be replaced by a new wind of slaughter that would soon tear the city apart. In a crowded inn, a man gulps down his drink and slams the bowl onto the table with a satisfied roar. He leans in toward the other patrons, ready to drop the kind of rumor that doesn't stay quiet for long, and asks if they've heard the latest story. Inside a crowded tavern, the rumors are already moving faster than the wine. Everyone has heard of the Nameless Swordsman by now, but for one drunk patron, the title isn't grand enough. He insists on calling him the Great Nameless Swordsman, shouting for the whole room to hear that the mysterious warrior is currently hunting down the Ebony Syndicate. His friend tries to hush him, scanning the tavern for ears that might belong to the wrong people, but the man is too far gone to care. He laughs off the danger, bragging that the White Tiger Unit and the Red Wolf sect have already been wiped off the map. It's a dangerous game to play in public, and his companion warns him that the Black Snake Society is still very much active and listening. Inside the rowdy warmth of the inn, the patrons drink and boast through the night. But one man has seen enough. Our mysterious traveler steps out from the chatter and into the pouring rain, leaving the comfort of the fire behind. Adjusting his hat against the wind, he sets off into the dark with a focus that suggests he's already far behind schedule. One of the guards is still shouting at his partner for falling asleep on watch when the world starts coming apart. He doesn't even realize his partner is already dead until the blood spray hits the wall, leaving him standing alone in the rain, with nothing but a few severed heads for company. Recognition hits him just as he draws his blade. This is the Nameless, the kind of threat you only hear about in stories, until it's standing right behind you. The assassin doesn't waste words, leaving a trail of bodies and severed heads on the stone steps as he moves with a quiet, practiced lethality. Under the brim of a bamboo hat, a single eye tracks the next target, cold and completely focused on the mission. With the guards cleared, the shadowed assassin reaches the massive inner gates of the headquarters and forces them open. A single figure moves through the rain toward the main gatehouse, his heavy cloak snapping in the wind as he approaches the inner walls of the Danri clan. Suddenly, a volley of arrows tears through the dark, forcing the intruder to stop as the projectiles impacts into the ground around him. From the shadows of the gatehouse, a massive contingent of guards pours out, blocking his path forward. A bearded gatekeeper steps to the front, drawing his blade with the calm of a man who has been waiting all night for this exact moment. He greets the intruder with a sneer, calling him a nameless rat, and making it clear that tonight, the shadow has nowhere left to run. At the Danri clan's inner gate, the air is thick with the scent of rain and impending death, as a lone man in a bamboo hat stands against an entire army. Under the shadow of his brim, he sizes up the 100 spears between him and his target, but the bearded gatekeeper doesn't wait for a challenge and screams for his men to tear the intruder apart. The army surges forward, but their numbers don't matter against a man who moves like a ghost between the raindrops. Within seconds, the formation collapses as the masked figure carves a path through the center, leaving nothing but severed steel and falling bodies in his wake. The assassin opens the final gate with a single sweeping motion meant to hollow out an entire front line. He isn't just fighting a crowd, he's systematically erasing it, leaving the army behind the walls paralyzed by the sudden brutal math of the encounter. He moves with a lethal rhythm that turns the courtyard into a slaughterhouse, cutting through ranks of seasoned guards before they can even draw a clean breath. The front line shatters as panic takes hold, with soldiers cursing their luck and screaming as the formation collapses around them. One warrior tries to salvage the moment, shouting a desperate boast about taking the intruder's head, but he's intercepted midair and tossed aside like he weighs nothing. Our protagonist doesn't slow down for the individual challenge, spinning into a new rotation that clears the area and keeps the entire army at bay. This isn't a duel, it's a demonstration. The shadowed assassin moves through the courtyard like a storm, tearing through the guards in a single, fluid blur of violence. One man is left frozen in shock, his mind barely able to register the slaughter as he looks into the face of a literal demon. It isn't just the speed that breaks his spirit, but the casual cruelty of it. The assassin is doing all of this while dragging a bound prisoner along as dead weight. Seeing the intruder seemingly preoccupied, the bearded gatekeeper finds his courage and lunges forward. He thinks he's found the perfect opening, screaming a desperate curse as he swings his blade down at the man who just dismantled his unit. Under the rim of the bamboo hat, a single red eye watches the strike coming, without a hint of concern. This was never an opening, it was an invitation. The assassin catches the blade barehanded, the metal stopping cold against his grip as the gatekeeper's last hope dies in the rain. The bearded gatekeeper lunges forward, convinced this is the moment he finally claims a prize head, but our protagonist pulls a move the guard never saw coming. Accessing his inventory mid-swing, he summons a blade that strikes the gatekeeper from an impossible angle. The man can't even process how he's been hit from behind as he stares into the cold eyes of the assassin. Our lead doesn't give him a second to solve the riddle, driving a final brutal strike home that sends the guard collapsing into the mud. Even as his life spills out into the rain, the gatekeeper finds a twisted bit of comfort in the fact that he actually managed to draw blood. He watched our guy carve through his men like they were nothing, and he'd honestly started to believe he was fighting a monster. After everything, seeing the assassin bleed was the only proof he needed that his opponent was still human. The rain falls heavy in the courtyard as the gatekeeper looks down at the bleeding figure, his guards closing in with a look of predatory hunger. To them, the assassin is just a man who's finally reached his limit. But as the bamboo hat falls away, the gatekeeper's relief vanishes into a cold, sharp dread. He wants to know what's so funny, but our protagonist doesn't give him an answer. He just lets the manic energy take over, his red eyes locking onto his next targets. In the dark of the fortress, the hunt has officially flipped. Rain lashes down on a broken outpost as the night turns dangerously quiet. One of the remaining thugs hunkers behind a rock, his face twisting as the screams from his comrades finally die out. He can't wrap his head around the scale of the slaughter. An entire crew being wiped out by a single man. Panicking, the man starts clutching his head and running through a mental list of his crimes, trying to justify every shakedown and every life sold as if it were just business. He's drowning in self-pity, convinced he's not the worst person in the world, and that he's only being targeted because he's an easy mark for someone stronger. The fear eventually gives way to a desperate, cornered kind of resolve. He realizes he isn't getting out of here unless he kills the intruder himself. This narrow mountain path leads straight back to the Paradise Manor, the estate of his leader, and he refuses to let it fall. He steels himself, shouting a challenge into the darkness to hide the tremor in his voice. He isn't alone yet. Hidden archers wait in the shadows of the building, ready to use the pitch-black night to their advantage. Rain lashes Paradise Manor as a lone silhouette stalks toward the gate, appearing more like a ghost than a man. One of the thugs spots the intruder and screams for his men to open fire, triggering a wave of masked archers to release a massive volley into the dark. The arrows descend in a solid wall of steel, and for a moment, the thug allows himself to hope the nightmare is over. The hope dies with a sickening sound. The assassin isn't dead, he's already inside the outpost, moving with a speed that defies the cramped wooden room. In one fluid motion, heads are separated from shoulders, and the archers are dismantled before they can even reach for a second arrow. The man who ordered the strike can only watch as his last line of defense is wiped out in a literal heartbeat. The outpost commander stands alone in the silence of his own failure. He calls out into the rain, but his men aren't coming back, not this time, and not ever. As a figure emerges from the darkness, the commander's voice shakes, desperate to put a name to the nightmare stepping into the light. He begs for a reason, demanding to know what they could have possibly done to deserve this kind of slaughter. He's met with a gaze that isn't human, just a cold, focused intent that makes every excuse he's ever made feel hollow. His final scream of defiance is cut short by a strike that doesn't care about his rank or his rights. The survivor only wanted one thing from them tonight, and now he has it. The outpost gates stand as a silent witness to the slaughter, where a courtyard once full of men is now nothing more than a graveyard of bodies and broken steel. Standing amidst the ruins of his own making, Dong Bong-soo looks toward the final lit manor on the hill. He's narrowed the list down to a single name. The only man left to answer for this is Bang Po-yeom, the leader of the Black Snake sect, and the look in the boy's eyes makes it clear. He isn't stopping until the job is done. After taking on the mask of the nameless righteous swordsman, wiping out the unorthodox faction became even easier as the townspeople began celebrating his killing spree with the new title. Taking down the White Tiger unit leader pushed Bong-soo to level 5, and with that milestone came his first set of active skills. He's granted access to Qinggong for movement, and the Three Forces sword art for raw power. This isn't just a stats bump, it's the shift that finally lets him step out of the shadows and face the Black faction in a head-on fight. While he's growing stronger in the dark, his legend is already outrunning him. Children in the villages have started playing games with wooden swords, mimicking the nameless righteous swordsman they hear stories about. But the politics of the region are shifting just as fast. The Red Wolf Gate has been completely erased from the map, leaving the Black Society as the only unorthodox faction left standing in Bongyang. Bong-soo has his skills, but the board is clearing, and the remaining enemy is the biggest one yet. Deep in the heart of the Black Society's temple, the rain never seems to let up. This is the seat of power for Bang Po-yeom, a man whose name once commanded fear across the entire region. As the leader of a fallen criminal empire, he sits alone with his thoughts, his sharp eyes fixed on the darkness beyond the porch. He remains motionless, a silent statue waiting for a visitor he likely already knows is coming. Lightning fractures the sky as a hooded figure finally arrives at the gate, signaling that the quiet for the Black Society is officially over. Rain lashes against Dong Bong-soo as he stands in the dark, his face hidden and his sword drawn. Bang Po-yeom studies the intruder through the downpour, asking if he's the famous nameless swordsman everyone is talking about. Bong-soo offers no reply, letting the silence and the storm do the talking. The old man scoffs, wondering why a supposed hero of justice would feel the need to wrap himself up so tightly. The response is immediate and cold. Bong-soo isn't a hero of justice at all. This stops the old man for a second, making him question why anyone else would spend their life hunting the unorthodox faction. Bong-soo finally lets the mask slip, his eyes wide and wild as he clarifies that he was never in this for righteousness. Under the downpour, Bang Po-yeom can only laugh at the sheer scale of the lie, realizing his opponent has managed to deceive everyone. But the man standing before him doesn't see it as a trick. People simply believe the version of the truth they wanted to hear. It's an answer that earns Po-yeom's respect. He's intrigued. Even if he crosses the river of the dead tonight, he's found a reason to face his end without a single regret. The madness takes hold as Po-yeom draws his blade, challenging the nameless swordsman to prove he's actually capable of finishing the job. He launches himself forward in a desperate, all-out strike. This is the final inflection point. two forces colliding in a clash that will leave only one man standing when the water finally settles. Dong Bong-soo dives into the chaos, his focus narrowing as the bloodlust takes hold. Opposite him, Bang Po-yam locks onto his target, the distance between them closing in a blur. They collide in a flash of steel, Po-yam striking with lethal intent, but Bong-soo is willing to trade flesh for a better angle, taking a shallow hit to force a counterstrike that catches the veteran off guard. Despite the blood, Po-yam thinks he's found the gap he needs to end this. Bang Po-yam watches the strike coming in and marks it as a failure, certain the blade is too short to reach him, but the miscalculation costs him a piece of his shoulder as blood sprays into the night. Dong Bong-soo doesn't give him a second to recover, stepping inside the guard to drive his blade home with a follow-through meant to end the fight. The two blur across the courtyard, in a desperate trade of space and steel, Po-yam forced into a jagged retreat while Bong-soo's own wounds begin to catch up with him. Seeing the slight hitch in his opponent's movement, Po-yam cackles, realizing Bong-soo is fighting through a body that's already broken. He presses the advantage with renewed speed, closing the distance to turn the duel into a slaughter. Bong-soo realizes the shift immediately. Po-yam isn't just attacking anymore. He's surgically targeting every existing injury to tear him apart from the inside out. Dong Bong-soo can feel the momentum shifting against him. At this rate, he isn't just going to lose, he's going to die. He weighs a final, desperate trade, wondering if sacrificing his own flesh will be enough to buy a single opening. Bang Po-yam isn't giving him the space to think, screaming at him for losing focus in the middle of a life-and-death struggle. Bong-soo centers himself and prepares to commit everything to his three forces sword art. The older man's blade doesn't strike straight, it shatters into segments, coiling around Bong-soo like a living thing. It's a whip sword. The realization lands a second too late, as the serrated edges bite deep, leaving Po-yam to mock the effectiveness of a weapon his opponent has clearly never faced. He watches with those reptilian eyes, relishing the sight of fresh blood, as his blade shreds through Bong-soo's defenses. And with one final, violent pull, he drags Bong-soo into a collision that sends him spiraling toward the water. Our protagonist barely has time to register the splash before he activates his Qinggong. Desperate to regain his footing before the next strike lands, Dong Bong-soo twists midair, forcing his internal energy into one final movement to correct his fall. But he still slams hard into the stone tiles of the inner courtyard. He struggles to find his footing in the pouring rain, his arm bleeding and his breath coming in ragged gasps. Bong-soo is down bad, his lungs burning as he tries to process just how quickly the situation turned against him. The snake blade coils and strikes again, a relentless black blur that leaves no room for recovery. His focus narrows until the world is nothing but the incoming steel. This is the part where it gets ugly. Our protagonist stands his ground as a massive, spectral serpent looms over the battlefield, drawing a curious observation from the leader of the Black Society. Bang Po-yam finds it peculiar that Bong-soo would use his own body as bait, claiming this isn't the path of a martial artist, but rather the desperate tactics of a hunter. Rain-slicked and silent, Bong-soo simply endures the weight of the moment. A manic look takes over the old man's face as he explains that in a duel to the death, victory belongs to whoever keeps the most hidden. Tearing open his robes to reveal snake-like scales, Po-yam lunges forward, declaring that Bong-soo's lack of secrets is his fatal flaw. Bang Po-yam screams a death sentence, calling for the nameless demon to die as he launches his final strike. Our MC, Dong Bong-soo, stands his ground in the center of the rain-slicked path, exhaling a sharp breath as he kicks up a screen of dust to mask his next move. The distraction earns him nothing but a scoff from Po-yam, who sees the cloud as a desperate cheap trick. His face twists with a manic confidence, shouting that every effort is futile against his strength. The weight of the final technique comes crashing down in a blur of motion, aiming to end the nameless demon right where he stands. But the victory dies in his throat the moment he sees his victim's face. This isn't the demon, it's just some terrified member of the Black Society dressed in the demon's clothes. The realization hits him too late. He's been chasing a decoy, and the real threat is already at his back. From the shadows of the rain-slicked courtyard, Dong Bong-soo closes the distance. He doesn't give the man time to turn or defend, unleashing the core-striking slash, and driving his blade straight through the center of Po Yam's chest. Bang Po Yam had spent the night hunting for a ghost, only to find the one man who could actually kill him. Bang Po Yam had spent the night hunting for a ghost, only to find the one man who could actually kill him. Rek maxes the night hunting for a ghost, only to find the one man who could actually kill him. In the rain-slicked courtyard, the two are locked in a grim struggle, as Bong-soo leans his weight into the hilt to finish what he started. Even with his life leaking out, the old man snarls that he won't let his killer escape. Bong-soo keeps his face neutral and his grip steady, pulling up his inventory to see what he has left to close the deal. Bang Po Yam can't believe what he's seeing. Corpses appearing from nowhere to catch his blade mid-swing, but before he can even process the shock, Dong Bong-soo tears through him with a scream that leaves the old man collapsed in the mud, gasping for breath. He clutches his chest and coughs up blood, trying to make sense of the supernatural interference that just broke his momentum. Looking out over the rain-slicked courtyard and the bodies of his fallen men, he grits his teeth as the reality of the situation settles in. For a man who thought he had the upper hand, the weight of everything hidden in Bong-soo's sleeve is a realization that lands far too late. Bang Po Yam scans the courtyard, his patience snapping as he tries to track a target that won't stay put. A projectile whistles through the air, forcing him to parry, and he snarls a warning to stop with the cheap tricks. But as he resets his stance, a massive shadow begins to stretch across the ground, and a realization hits him that turns his blood cold. He's spent his whole life as the hunter, but looking up at the towering shape behind him, he asks himself if he's actually the prey. The thought is impossible. He is Bang Po Yam, a name that's supposed to mean something in a fight, but the disbelief doesn't stop him from turning to run as the darkness closes in. Bang Po Yam lunges out of the rain with the roar of a man who's finally found his prey, throwing his entire weight into a desperate final strike. But halfway through the motion, the world stops. He sees something in his opponent that doesn't make sense, another power, another hidden layer that shouldn't exist. The realization hits too late to change his momentum. The counter-strike is a blur that tears right through his guard and carves deep into his chest. He stands frozen as the shock registers, his body finally failing him. With one clean, clinical motion, the sword is pulled back, leaving the leader of the Black Society to clutch at a wound that won't close. He'd spent his life hunting others, but in the end, he never even saw the trap until he was already inside it. Bang Po Yam spits blood into the rain, struggling to wrap his head around the slaughter. He's the last one left. Every other member of the Black Society in Bong Yang is already dead. Bong-soo doesn't offer comfort, only a cold truth. Humans have always killed other humans. He traces the history of violence back to the beginning of the species, when they were nothing more than savages fighting over scraps in the dirt. Even after building a gleaming civilization, the fundamental nature of the world hasn't shifted an inch. Bong-soo leans in to deliver the verdict that Po Yam himself used to live by. The strong trample the weak. That's the only rule there is, and tonight, Po Yam is simply on the wrong side of it. For Dong Bong-soo, this wasn't about revenge or justice. He was just the stronger man in the room. He watches the light fade from Bang Po Yam's eyes, another leader fallen in his wake. Rain drapes over the Black Society manor as a final flash of lightning marks the end of the massacre. Our MC walks away from the carnage without a word, pausing only to wipe the blood from his blade before sheathing it. He stands alone in the downpour, the only living thing left in a courtyard full of ghosts. The training ground is behind us, and it's finally time to move to a stage where the strong are truly stronger, and the prey is actually worth the hunt. Dong Bong-soo is ready for it, savoring the thought of the coming slaughter with a look that says he's done playing nice. Deep in a rainy mountain range, where the lightning never stops, a massive palace sits carved into the cliffs, and inside the main hall, a shadowy sect leader waits in absolute silence, while his men line the walls in perfect formation. Inside the dim main hall of the shadowy sect, an imposing figure sits motionless on a carved throne, his face lost to the deep gloom of the chamber. This man isn't just a leader. He's the eye of a coming storm, waiting for the pieces of a much larger game to fall into place. He finally breaks the silence to press his subordinate on the timeline for the Orthodox demonic war, signaling that the era of quiet planning is almost over. The town of Bongyang is busy today, and in the middle of the square, Dong Bong-soo walks his horse, blending in as just another traveler, trading rumors about a nameless swordsman who finally wiped out the Black Society. It's the kind of news that changes the air in a place like this, and while some are already trying to rebrand him as a righteous hero, others aren't so sure about the sudden power vacuum. In a town this size, news like that doesn't just land, it ripples. Back in town, the air is thick with debate over the nameless swordsman's brand of justice. A local merchant questions the morality of it all, but his neighbor snaps back before the thought can even land. To the people who have been crushed underfoot for years, even the most brutal punishment feels like a mercy. The merchant tries to hold his ground, but the reality of their situation is a heavy thing to ignore. For these villagers, the government and the prestigious Orthodox factions are just distant names that never bothered to look their way. In their eyes, the only man who actually risked his life for them was the one who just left a trail of bodies behind. It's a hard truth to swallow, leaving the merchant with nothing left to say as the weight of the moment settles over the marketplace. In the town of Bongyang, the mood has shifted from fear to a rare desperate hope. The local merchants and commoners are finally speaking out, realizing that without the intervention of a mysterious stranger, no one would have stood up for them. A cheer breaks out that quickly catches fire across the marketplace, celebrating the nameless swordsman who single-handedly drove the Black faction out of their streets. It's a victory for the little guy, and the crowd revels in the downfall of the bastards who used to own them. As the very man they're cheering for leads his horse through the center of the noise, completely unrecognized, Dong Bong-soo doesn't stop to take the credit. For him, Bongyang was just a stop on the road, and it's already time to move on to whatever is next. Under the light of a full moon, the inn is quiet, but Dong Bong-soo isn't relaxing. This isn't a random encounter. Someone at least 10 levels higher is closing in. Following the pull of his spirit eye, our protagonist tracks the sensation toward the stables, pushing the doors open to find out who's waiting in the dark. Inside, two figures stand in the shadows, clearly expecting company. Bong-soo immediately recognizes the man on the left, Ji Daehyo, the leader of the Black Crow unit. Finding a man of that rank in a place like this means the situation has just become a lot more dangerous. This is Danri Qianwu, the formidable head of the Danri clan and the man known across the lands as the Flying Heavenly Demon Sword. Watching from the shadows of the stable, Bong-soo tries to gauge the threat, but the old master remains completely inscrutable. Qianwu strokes his horse and speaks a final, ominous farewell to the animal, as if he's closing a chapter on his own life. From his position on the floor, Bong-soo stays locked onto the master's every move, his focus razor-sharp. Qianwu turns to leave, his footsteps heavy with a purpose that doesn't match the quiet of the night. He drops one last piece of news. The Namgung clan head's second daughter is set to marry on the coming full moon, a political shift that could change everything. The carpenter hesitates, questioning the sacrifice of a prized stallion as a mere gift. But for Danri Qianwu, a horse is nothing compared to the goal of embedding one of his children into the powerful Namgung clan. He would give up far more than a mount to secure that foothold, whether it takes a marriage pledge or the 9 bows ceremony. He's already decided the price is worth paying. In his mind, it's a simple matter of logistics. 2 logs make a bridge more stable than one. When the carpenter points out that the Namgung clan might reject both children, Qianwu only laughs, reminding the man why he was summoned. This isn't a request for advice. It's an order to make the impossible happen, regardless of the cost or the methods used. The weight of the task ahead lands all at once. Patriarch Danri Qianwu issues the final command. Departure is set for tomorrow morning, and there won't be a moment of rest once they arrive. As a final addition, the patriarch gestures toward a small trembling figure bowed on the floor. Our protagonist, Dong Bong-soo, is being sent along as a mere horse handler for the journey to the Namgung family. The carpenter sizes the boy up, likely wondering if this scrawny kid will be more of a burden than a help on such a high-stakes mission. Dong Bong-soo waits in the shadows of the Danri clan grounds, wondering what it actually takes to move past basic skills and learn true martial arts. He's spent years trying to recreate the advanced movements he saw from the family's top warriors and elite leaders, but he's hit a wall. Everything he does is just a hollow imitation of the real thing. He knows that trying to teach himself from a secret manual is a dead end, and while finding a master to learn from is the best path, gaining a disciple's spot is almost impossible for an outsider. At 18 years old, he's already past the age where most schools would even consider him, and the fear is starting to settle in that he's simply run out of time. Dong Bong-soo watches the gathering crowd, weighing his options as the chaos of the day starts to shift in his favor. He sets his sights on the Namgung clan, a family with absolute power in the region and one of the Central Plains' 5 great pillars. It's the perfect place to disappear, and more importantly, it's where the strongest prey will be. In the town square, Captain Ji Dae-hyo oversees the final assembly of the Black Crow unit, unaware that Bong-soo is already blending in among the ranks. The unit is ready to move, though 2 names are still missing from the roster: the clan's young master and the young lady. The delay is a small cracks in the captain's patience, but for Bong-soo, it's just another piece of the situation working out exactly as planned. Ji Dae-hyo rationalizes the absence of the young masters, assuming Danri Gang-hae is already off drinking while his sister prefers to travel alone. With a sharp command, he signals for the Danri clan to move out, leading the Black Crow squad as they march through the fortress gates in a disciplined column. But they don't get far before Dae-hyo calls for an immediate halt. A sudden crash echoes from a nearby building, the sounds of chaos cutting through the morning air and stopping the column in its tracks. Dae-hyo can only drop his head in exhaustion. He knows this sound all too well. The source of the noise is Danri Gang-hae, the eldest son and a martial arts prodigy whose talent is matched only by his overwhelming aura. He has the skill and raw comprehension to easily join the prestigious Namgung clan as a disciple. But as Dae-hyo watches the latest wreck, the reality hits home once again. Gang-hae's talent isn't the issue, it's his character. Danri Gang-hae lives for the scandal. As the eldest son of the Danri clan, he's earned every bad rumor that follows him. But as he marches through the streets of Bongyang, the locals have already seen enough of his latest public tantrum. A sudden violent impact shatters the morning air, slamming Danri back into a wall with enough force to crack the stone. His attendant, Ji Dae-ho, can only shout the young master's name in shock as the heir to the Danri name is pinned in the rubble. Dragging himself from the debris, Danri spits out a blood-flecked curse at the man who just humiliated him in front of the entire town. Danri Gang-hae is blinded by a murderous rage, his focus narrowed down to a single violent intent. Behind him, a local villager screams in pure terror as the weight of the moment finally breaks him. Dong Bong-soo watches the chaos unfold with a sharp, calculating gaze, but his focus shifts instantly when his system identifies a new presence on the field. This isn't just another fighter, it's a master. The scene shifts to the Danri guard, his face frozen in disbelief as the fight takes a sharp, brutal turn. Dong Bong-soo stands his ground, pulling on the horse's reins as he senses a massive shift in the atmosphere, confirmed by a system warning that a high-level threat is closing in fast. Scrambling in the dirt, Danri Gang-hae points a trembling finger and spits out a desperate, furious curse at the man who just dismantled him, leaving his guards frozen in the courtyard. They can only watch as the air itself seems to shift around the intruder. Watching from the sidelines, Dong Bong-soo doesn't look worried at all. If anything, he looks like he's enjoying the show. He recognizes the gap in power immediately. This isn't just another fighter they've stumbled upon. This is a master. The mysterious elder stands over his opponent with clinical dominance, his presence heavy enough to suggest that whatever skill he's about to show, it's far beyond what the Danri clan is prepared for. This is the part where a simple skirmish turns into a massacre. The air in the courtyard thickens as the elder unleashes a wave of pressure that threatens to crush everything in its path. A sudden shout cuts through the tension as Ji Dae-hyo, leader of the Danri clan's elite Black Crow unit, rushes onto the scene with a small army at his back. The elder doesn't even flinch, simply asking who this newcomer thinks he is. Despite their numbers, the soldiers frozen in the courtyard can feel the raw power radiating off the old man, and it's clear they're outmatched before a single blade is drawn. Ji Dae-hyo maintains his professional composure, identifying himself and his unit. But his warning carries a desperate edge as he points out that the man currently being ground into the dirt is none other than the young master of the Danri clan. Gi Daehyo issues a final, desperate warning, his hand hovering over the hilt of his sword as he demands the intruder back off. Behind him, the Black Crow squad stands ready, but the leader can feel the weight of the moment shift. Watching from the fringe, Dong Bong-soo realizes the situation is even worse than it looks because the Black Crow leader, a man who knows every player in the region, has no idea who he's looking at. This isn't just an intruder, it's an unfathomable master from beyond their borders. The math is simple and brutal. With the men they have here, they can never defeat him. As the master's presence begins to flare, the air itself seems to turn heavy. Standing over them like a force of nature, the mysterious elder delivers a verdict that sounds less like a promise and more like a law. They won't die today. He simply won't let them. The elder digs into his ear, acting like the name of the Danri clan is just a piece of grit he's never heard of, and asks with a shrug if it's something he's supposed to eat. The disrespect hits Gi Daehyo like a physical blow, sending him into a screaming rage at the mere thought of someone mocking his lineage. Our mysterious elder doesn't even blink, his gaze sharpening with a predatory light as he considers the question again. He decides that if the clan isn't food, then it's just something for him to step on, crushing the ground beneath his feet to prove the point. Daehyo grinds his teeth so hard they might shatter, the weight of the insult pushing him past any hope of a peaceful resolution. Knowing there's no going back, he roars for every member of the Black Crow unit to charge, ordering a desperate strike to save the young master at any cost. The Black Crow squad surges into the courtyard like a tide, but the mysterious elder simply raises his hand, calling forth a power that has been dormant for far too long. It isn't just a strike, it's an awakening, tearing through the air and hitting the lead attackers with such intensity that their formation collapses instantly. The squad members can only stare in terror as their momentum dies. A sudden realization hits. They aren't fighting a man, but a legend they weren't supposed to meet today. The battlefield is already decided before the first man hits the dirt. A dying guard stares up, the truth finally landing as his life slips away, while Tang Wu mocks the man's lingering wits. He isn't just some wandering elder, he is the soul-chasing poison hand, a name that carries the weight of a legend. Standing over the corpses of the Danri clan, he is one of the 10 greats, a master ranked among the 20 strongest people in all of Murim. For those who cross him, death is just the beginning of the nightmare. In the aftermath, Dong Bong-soo leads his horse through the field of fallen warriors, surveying the work of a man whose poison reaches even the spirits of the dead. The courtyard of the Danri clan is a graveyard of pride, with their warriors scattered like broken dolls across the stone. It's the kind of incident that forces a clan to close its gates forever. His granddaughter Tang Soso breaks the silence as she walks toward him with a casual swaying step. She doesn't see a tragedy here, only country folk who didn't know their place. Tang Wu studies her for a moment, letting the dismissive weight of her words settle over the ruins. A thin smile finally touches his face, and he agrees to move on. He leaves the Danri scoundrel alive in the rubble, satisfied that the boy has finally learned exactly how small he is in a world this vast. Tang Wu looks down with pure disgust at the mess before him, a supposed descendant of the Orthodox faction, drunk and causing a scene before the sun is even fully up. Usually, he'd take a hand for an insult like this, but he decides to show a shred of mercy for the sake of politics, warning the onlookers to tell the scoundrel that hitting on random women is a fast way to an early grave. He demands a response from the guard pinned at his feet, whose eyes are fixed in terror on the glowing needle buried in his own forehead. Tang Wu scoffs at the pathetic display and pulls his weapon back, the needle flying out of the guard's skull and returning to his hand as the rest of the Danri warriors collapse in his wake. Tang Wu is ready to leave the battlefield behind, but he stops mid-sentence, his attention caught by something unusual among the wreckage. In the middle of the courtyard, Dong Bong-soo stands as the lone survivor, leading a horse past the rows of elite soldiers he just finished dismantling. The elder studies the boy, looking past the tattered clothes to find a spirit that hasn't broken yet, while the young man matches his stare with a wary, level gaze. Sensing something rare, Tang Wu tells his granddaughter to wait behind, leaving Tang Soso confused by the sudden change in plans. The old master begins a slow, deliberate walk across the field of fallen men, making it clear to the survivor that their meeting is no longer a matter of chance. Dong Bong-soo feels the weight of a gaze that cuts straight through the dark, a sudden heavy pressure that forces a single question to the surface. Why? Tong-woo closes the distance and stops, measuring the boy as if he's looking for something hidden under that plain face. When Tong So-so tries to intervene, the elder brushes her off, claiming he just has a simple question for the kid. Bong-soo weighs the old man's words, wondering why a figure this powerful would have business with someone like him. The elder doesn't leave him room to think, leaning in to demand his name. In the Murim, history is written by those born with bodies meant for war, legends of the heavenly meridian, or the cosmic sacred bone, that appear only once in 1,000 years. These are the rare talents whose names outlive their lives, simply because they were born with the right aptitude to leave a mark. But Tong-woo has just realized that the greatest aptitude in the world is someone he picked up for free. The once-in-a-century geniuses don't matter anymore, because the brat standing in front of him possesses a body that has never existed since history began. A body of no meridians. At first glance, Bong-soo looked like any other ordinary kid who had never touched a blade or learned a single martial art. His body lacked the basic acupoints and pathways that define a human being. Tong-woo stares into the void and sees nothing. No internal structure, no paths, as if the boy isn't even human. But where there is no path, anything he builds becomes the true road forward. If he raises this boy properly, Tong-woo might actually restore the 10,000 flower rain, a legendary technique that has been a hollow shell for centuries. This isn't just a discovery, it's a second chance. Tong-woo envisions a future where the Murim bows before his family name, a vision of total dominance that he believes rests entirely in his own hands. Asking the boy one last time if he's truly ready to take on the Tong surname. Bong-soo offers a silent nod, accepting a fate that will rewrite his entire identity. The answer is enough for now, but Tong-woo warns him that the transition isn't official yet. To earn that name, Bong-soo will have to face the family elders and prove his worth in a trial where survival isn't guaranteed. Bong-soo doesn't blink, meeting the old man's gaze with eyes that have already seen enough to make his choice permanent. Satisfied with the answer, Tong-woo prepares for what comes next. The air in the inner sanctum thickens as he announces the start of the Great Reformation ritual. It's a process that demands absolute focus, so he orders Hwa-ya to stand guard while they begin. She takes her post at the door, ensuring no one interrupts a procedure that could easily kill the subject if it goes sideways. With the perimeter secure, Tong-woo centers himself above the boy, his energy surging as he prepares to rewrite Bong-soo's very foundation. The ritual begins, and the first wave of power starts to sink in. Bong-soo sits at the center of a wide hall, surrounded by needles that pulse with an eerie green light. Tong-woo looms over him, announcing the start of a procedure that looks more like a ritual than medicine. He brings the first needle down with steady, practiced precision, driving it directly into the crown of Bong-soo's head. The shock of the impact forces our protagonist's eyes open as the needle sinks in deep, pinning him in place as the energy begins to take hold. In the darkness of his own mind, Bong-soo realizes his captors made a fatal mistake. They thought their secret techniques could keep him from hearing the truth, but he's been listening to every word. Bong-soo focuses his perception, tapping into the sensory instincts of a predator to read the movements of everyone around him. Deep inside, he can feel a strange power stirring, something he never should have possessed. A status window flickers to life before his eyes, announcing he has acquired the Qinggong Three Forces sword art, a skill that defies everything he knows about this world. This system is his alone, a secret interface that has rebuilt him from the inside out. He realizes he's become something entirely new, a being caught between the rules of a game and the reality of a man. Tong-woo is visibly drained from the procedure, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he stares at the result of his work. Before him, Bong-soo sits perfectly still, his back a map of glowing needles that have rewritten his very nature into a form the old man believes is unique to this world. Wiping sweat from his brow, Tong-woo is in complete awe, marveling at the fact that even with these artificial acupoints, the flow of energy and blood through the boy's body remains flawless. Tang Wu is stunned as he maps the boy's internal state. Bong Su's chi is flowing several times faster than any normal martial artist. It's a gift that only appears once in a generation, a level of raw talent that most masters spend their entire lives searching for. But admiration quickly shifts into a much darker calculation, and the master reaches for a hidden container. Deep inside a swarm of insects, a single glowing centipede rises to the surface. For Tang Wu, a discovery this valuable represents a massive risk, and he decides he has to be cautious. He won't let anyone else lay a claim to this kind of power, so he prepares to insert a poisonous goo into the boy's ear to ensure he never loses control of his new prize. Tang Wu decides to set a final insurance policy against his own patient, driven by a possessiveness so deep he would rather destroy Bong Su than see him fall into anyone else's hands. Green energy floods the treatment chamber as the procedure takes a dark turn, the doctor's hands moving with a cold surgical precision that has nothing to do with healing, turning Bong Su's own body into a map of glowing toxic contingencies. By the time the sun begins to rise over the horizon, the work is done, and Bong Su is no longer just a patient, he's a weapon with a kill switch. High in the secluded chambers of the Sichuan region, the heavy doors of a master's inner sanctum remain shut against the outside world. Inside, Tang Wu stands over his subject. Tang Wu leans in, declaring that Bong Su's life as a lowly horse handler for the Donri family is officially dead. He is now a member of the Tang clan, the most feared family in the province, and he has been claimed as personal property. As the young man struggles to keep his head up, the boy who was once a nobody has been reborn into a den of poisoners, and there's no turning back now. Tang Sam is all that's left. An attendant waits in the quiet hall, watching as the doors finally open and the man who entered as a servant walks past her with a different weight to his step. Bong Su is gone. In his place is a member of the Tang clan. He steps out into the sprawling estate, the sunset catching the ornate rooftops of a world he used to only see from the stables. He doesn't know what kind of game Tang Wu is playing, but he knows the rules have changed forever. Looking down at his palm, he feels the cold presence of the goo centipede resting beneath his skin, a living weapon that serves as both his badge of office and a constant threat. This is the price of his new identity, blood on his hands and a monster in his veins. For years, the world knew him only as a mute shadow within the Danri clan, a boy named Sosam who carried his silence like a shield. But that boy is officially dead, replaced by a version of Tang Sam that finally has something to say. Under the light of a massive full moon, the Black Society fortress sits like a heavy crown atop the jagged cliffs. Muffled sounds drift from the private chambers, where the elderly leader Bang Po Yeam is currently occupied with his favorite attendant. He lets out a grunt of exertion as the woman cries out, her hand reaching for the bedding in a desperate grip. She collapses back into the silks as the moment passes, leaving the master of the fortress exactly where he wants to be. The night in Bang Po Yeam's private chamber is thick with a quiet, post-coital daze, until the ceiling practically gives way to a masked assassin. Po Yeam realizes his inner sanctum has been breached. The assassin doesn't hesitate, delivering a precise, lethal strike that sprays blood across the room before he spins away with terrifying speed. Po Yeam stands paralyzed among the wreckage of his safety, watching the silhouette of a man who shouldn't be here. Bang Po Yeam stands in the middle of a slaughter, but his focus isn't on the bodies. It's on his ruined silk robes. He glares across the room at the masked assassin who just turned his quiet night into a bloodbath, demanding to know exactly who has the nerve to intrude on the leader of the Black Society. The assassin offers no name, his focus locked onto Po Yeam with predatory intensity. Without a word, the killer lunges forward, closing the distance in a single blurred strike meant to end the confrontation before it truly begins. But Po Yeam is already moving, his hand reaching back for the weapons on the wall as the first lethal blow arrives. A streak of energy hammers into the weapon rack, and Bang Po Yeam doesn't waste a heartbeat, drawing his blade with practiced ease. He meets the intruder's lunge head-on, the clash of steel erupting into a flare of purple light as he locks blades with a masked assassin. It's a bad bet for the killer, trying to match strength with a master in his own halls. Po Yeam studies the man through the sparks, his expression shifting from focus to a bored, mocking disbelief. He drops the verdict with a cold smirk, telling the intruder he's pathetic, before a surge of power erupts from his blade and blasts the assassin backward across the room. Bang Po-yam follows through with a heavy swing, but the masked assassin manages to catch his footing mid-air as the older warrior warns him that he isn't getting away that easily. The assassin doesn't retreat. Instead, he centers himself, drawing on a dark energy that swirls around his blade. Po-yam stops cold the second he recognizes the pattern of the technique. He knows this style. He knows exactly where it comes from. The assassin unleashes a chaotic surge, the energy spiraling outward as he abandons all restraint. This isn't just a fight anymore. It's a desperate play from a man consumed by a power he was never meant to touch. The assassin unleashes everything he has left, channeling a dark energy that fills the room as our protagonist watches the display. As the dust settles, a massive figure in dark armor steps forward, asking if it's really been 10 years since they last met. Mad Cloud doesn't just guess. He corrects him with the exact count of 9 years and 190 days. The precision is so absurd that Po-yam can't help but laugh. Only a man like Mad Cloud would track the time down to the day, clinging to a trivial detail for nearly a decade. Po-yam settles back into his seat, his amusement turning into a sharp curiosity about why the 18th cloud is making a personal appearance tonight. The news lands like a physical weight, dropping the young man into a silent trance as the sheer scale of the command sinks in. His hand trembles against the table, a rare cracks in his composure before he snaps into a manic grin, ready to move but curious about Shifting Shadow's role in all of this. The guard doesn't blink, reporting that their target is heading for the Namgon clan, because his wedding is set for the 15th of the month. Ash Shadow leans back, the word wedding tasting like a joke he hasn't quite figured out yet. It's a bad day to be the groom, and as he fixates on the date, you can already see the shape of the trap closing in. The weight of the moment hits Ash Shadow like a physical blow as the truth about Shifting Shadow finally registers. It's a bad bet that just got worse, and the fury behind his eyes says he knows exactly what's coming next. Bang Po-yam sits in the silence, weighing the cost of what needs to happen, before delivering his verdict with a slow, deliberate tap against the wood. The order is absolute. Total extermination for everyone on the list, leaving only 2 names alive to witness the fallout. Inside the inner chamber of the Black Society, the air is heavy with the kind of news that changes the map of a region. Ash Shadow delivers the report. The soul-chasing poison hand is moving on Anhui, and their local defense is nowhere near strong enough to stop him. Mad Cloud doesn't hesitate, meeting the threat by deploying the 5 Shadows, a high-ranking group of assassins whose mere presence signals a total escalation. It's a massive commitment of resources, punctuated by a sharp tap on the table that cuts through the silence of the room. The scale of the order takes a second to register even with Ash Shadow, but the doubt quickly turns into a dark satisfaction. If the 5 Shadows are involved, the outcome isn't just likely, it's guaranteed. With his duty finished and the order set in motion, Mad Cloud turns and withdraws, leaving the chamber to the weight of the coming slaughter. Ash Shadow breaks the heavy silence with a casual pivot, asking for the name of the legendary warrior known as Shifting Shadow. Mad Cloud remains a statue, offering nothing in the way of a reaction, while a dark presence ripples through the room. Seeing that he won't get a rise out of the man, Ash Shadow laughs it off, calling him as unlikable as he's ever been. He leans back with a theatrical sigh of envy, reflecting on how a man born in the shadows managed to become a hero of the Orthodox faction and win the most beautiful bride in Anhui. For a shadow, that kind of happy ending is more than a miracle. It's an anomaly. Resentment boils over as Ash Shadow stares into the dimness of his chambers, fuming at the life he's forced to lead while others thrive elsewhere. He steps out onto the balcony, the moon hanging low over the Black Society headquarters, and snaps his fingers with cold, practiced authority. Without turning around, he orders the room scrubbed clean, demanding every trace of the filth on his bed be removed like a spent toy. He pauses for a beat, then drops a final, ruthless verdict. Every guard who was on duty today is to be executed. The elderly shadow guard bows low, accepting the order with the unquestioning silence of a man who knows better than to ask why. High above the city, a man watches the lights of his domain stretch out into the dark. This is the Anhui branch of the heavenly demon divine cult. He looks bored, his gaze heavy and detached as if the world below has nothing left to offer him. But his expression shifts into a sharp, jagged smile that suggests he's finally found something worth his time. The long night is finally ending, and as the lights of the city flicker below, the real work begins. A massive column of soldiers marches through the mountain pass, their boots hitting the stone in a rhythm that echoes across the valley of Anhui. This isn't a small raid. The Tang clan has arrived in force, and Tang Wu calls for a halt at the head of the line to let the full scale of their destination sink in. Under the moonlight, the path forward is clear, and for a veteran like Wu, the anticipation is just starting to build. The city plaza is alive with celebration, lanterns lighting up the sky as a festival parade winds through the streets. But the wealth on display doesn't reach everyone. At the entrance of a grand estate, a group of beggars huddle on the stone floor, pleading with a guard for just a handful of rice to keep them from starving. Their desperation only seems to irritate the man, whose face twists with growing disgust. He shouts for the bastards to get lost, reminding them exactly whose territory they're standing on, but the starving men keep begging for just a few scraps. Losing what little patience he had, the guard launches a heavy kick into the lead beggar's chest. The man is thrown back into the dirt, leaving his companions to cry out in horror as they scramble toward him. The shouting at the gate pulls Do Heook from the shadows, his voice cutting through the noise to ask what all the commotion is about. He makes a formal entrance, his presence alone commanding the courtyard as a startled guard stammers out an explanation. Apparently, it was nothing more than a few beggars swarming the entrance. But Heook isn't satisfied with a simple excuse. In the crowd, the villagers whisper in awe, realizing the man standing before them is the guest of honor for tonight's banquet. He has the look of a hero, and he proves it by walking straight toward the very people the guards were trying to chase away. For a group used to being treated like dirt, the simple gesture of being asked if they're all right leaves them completely stunned. Do Heook stops at the entrance of the Namgong estate, reaching out to the beggars huddled in the dirt. He isn't just playing the part of the noble, he orders the guards to share the wedding feast with the poor. To the watching villagers, he is the perfect hero, a rising star with a reputation for traveling the Jianghu alone and striking down the twin demons. A merchant in the crowd starts to compare the boy to the legendary Thunderblade Emperor from 3 centuries ago, but his gossip is cut short when a strange old man bumps into him. The air changes instantly as the old man reveals himself as Tang Wu, the soul-chasing poison hand. Before the merchant can even finish his complaint, a lethal palm slams into his face, silencing the crowd in a heartbeat. Tang Wu doesn't have the time or the patience for pleasantries, shoving through the crowd with a demand for everyone to get out of his way. He strides through the town square, Bong Su and Ang Ang trailing in his wake, as he mutters his disgust for the weak commoners surrounding him. Inside the pavilion, the atmosphere shifts as Do Heook offers a formal greeting, maintaining a polite smile even as he clocks the old man's obvious irritation. The peace doesn't last long, shattered by Tang Wu's roar for silence that cuts through the idle chatter of the room like a blade. He stares down the onlookers, daring them to justify their presence. It's a powder keg of a moment that only begins to settle when Do Heook steps in, quietly urging the legendary master to calm his temper. A young man named Do Heook offers a formal greeting, welcoming his guest with practiced respect. Tang Wu sizes him up immediately, noting that this is the youth who summoned him across such a long distance. His gaze is clinical and cold. He offers a backhanded compliment before dropping the hammer. Meeting Do Heook today is nothing but a disappointment. The insult leaves the young man stuttering, but Tang Wu has already lost interest and asks if the clan head is waiting. Do Heook scrambles to regain his footing, rushing ahead to guide the great master toward the king's hall. From the back of the group, Bong Su watches them go, his world clearly shifting as he stares after the experts. Bong Su's system flares with a critical warning. A high-level enemy has closed the distance. Scanning the crowd, he tracks a figure moving with a precision that doesn't fit the chaos of the town. There's a strange gap in the ranks, and the target maintains a steady mechanical pace that never wavers. Bong Su locks onto him, realizing this is the primary threat the system warned him about. He studies the man's form with clinical focus. Every human should have a natural asymmetry in their gait and posture, from the height of their shoulders to the length of their limbs. Bong-soo realizes the truth about the figure as it continues its perfect unnatural advance. Do Hyo-ok moves with a precision that feels almost inhuman, his posture so controlled it crosses the line into unsettling. Do Hyo-ok is another predator. The group reaches the Namgung clan's King's Hall, a massive structure that serves as the heart of their power. Tang-woo looks up at the roof, where the swords of every past clan head have been embedded as a display of legacy. He finds the whole thing pathetic. To him, all the titles and self-proclaimed kings mean nothing. Once they're dead, they all end up sleeping in the same dirt. The disciple tries to usher Tang-woo through the usual protocols, but the old man has zero patience for waiting outside. He doesn't need an introduction, and he certainly doesn't care about politeness when his host is already expecting him. He throws the doors to the King's Hall open to find the master of the house deep in conversation. The young woman beside him is the first to react, recognizing her uncle immediately. The Namgung clan head doesn't wait for a formal announcement either, nearly tripping over his own robes to welcome the man he hasn't seen in years. It's a genuine show of respect for an elder, though Tang-woo only grumbles about the wretched sight of a powerful leader running around with so little dignity. One thing is clear: after all this time, the bond between these two hasn't changed. Tang-woo can't help but smile as the tension in the room evaporates. The Namgung clan head greets him like an old friend, laughing at the sheer nerve of the man and noting that he hasn't changed a bit. Watching from the side, Namgung-hae takes it all in, wondering just how deep the history between her grandfather and the clan head really goes. A sudden movement from behind pulls her focus away from the old men. As Namgung-hwa approaches with a bright greeting, the two women trade warm compliments, catching up in the middle of the hall while Do Hyo-ok watches them, clearly amused by how quickly the heavy atmosphere turned into a family reunion. Do Hyo-ok offers a formal introduction to clear the air, but Tang-hae isn't interested in manners. She jumps straight to the point, asking if she can already call him her brother-in-law. The boldness of it sends Namgung-hwa into a tailspin, her face heating up as she tries to rein in the girl's mouth. Hyo-ok only laughs it off, fully embracing the new title, while he continues to tease her sister about being the first to get married despite her shy nature. Hwa can only hide her face in her hand, mortified by how quickly the conversation has moved toward a wedding. She peeks through her fingers, trying to find her footing again, when she notices a silhouette standing further back in the hall. The man steps forward and offers a name, Tang Sam. Under that alias, Bong-soo finally moves to join the group. Within the Namgung clan halls, Ang-ang and Namgung-hwa watch as Do Hyo-ok approaches with a friendly greeting for Tang Sam. He extends a hand in welcome, but the gesture triggers a flash of instinctive hostility in Bong-soo's red-stained vision. Stepping back, Hyo-ok suddenly shifts the focus, mentioning his plans for a night outing to Soho Lake with Ang-ang. Before anyone can object, he invites the whole group to join them, catching Ang-ang and Bong-soo completely off guard. Hyo-ok's smile lingers, a mask for a plan that's already in motion. The invitation extends to everyone in the room, and Do Hyo-ok makes it clear that Tang Sam is no exception. The moon hangs heavy over Soho Lake, reflecting off a surface littered with drifting lanterns. It's a peaceful scene, the kind of night that usually calls for a momentary truce, and even Ang-ang finds herself genuinely charmed by the view. Do Hyo-ok plays the part of the perfect host, bragging about the lake's reputation and the stunning beauty of the night sky, while his attendant Sister Hwa keeps the social momentum moving with the ladies. He's smooth, navigating the conversation until he finds the opening he needs to suggest the men break off for a drink of their own. Bong-soo watches him go, his eyes narrowing as he weighs the man's public reputation against the feeling in the air. On paper, Do Hyo-ok is simply the man set to marry into the powerful Namgung clan, but the math doesn't add up. Something under that perfect smile is waiting to show itself. Bong-soo watches the silent ship, certain now that Do Hyo-ok is far more dangerous than he lets on, a true predator hiding in plain sight. Men of that caliber don't just act, they plot, and Bong-soo feels the weight of a massive unseen scheme closing in around him. The quiet is shattered by a system alert. A high-level enemy is already within 20 meters. Bong-soo whips his head around, his mind racing as he realizes the threat isn't coming from Do Hyo-ok. He quickly scans the deck, measuring the height and length of the ship to narrow down where an assassin could be hiding in the dark. Bong-soo looks out over the dark water, finally narrowing down the source of the killing intent he's been sensing. It's coming from the lower deck. Just then, Do Hae-ok returns with a bottle, laughing off his long absence with a lie about the wine being hard to find. Our protagonist doesn't buy the casual act for a second. Aside from Hae-ok, a new enemy has just appeared on this ship, and the weight of that realization sharpens Bong-soo's focus. Hae-ok holds out the bottle, offering the precious wine specifically to him as a gesture of hospitality. Bong-soo keeps his distance, staring back in silence. He needs a reason to move, so he fakes a sudden stomach ache and asks to be excused to investigate the real threat below. Do Hae-ok casually dismisses Bong-soo, telling him to ask the boatman for directions. Bong-soo steps into the shadows of the ship's interior. Suddenly, his system interface blares a warning. A high-level enemy is within 20 meters and closing in fast. But now the gap is shrinking again. The countdown drops toward 0, confirming he isn't just being followed. He's being intercepted by someone at least 10 levels higher than himself. Bong-soo stands in the dim light of the ship, watching his system interface count down as enemies close in. A shadow stretches across the wooden floor, marking another presence moving through the dark. He keeps his own count as the pings continue, the pressure of being surrounded finally settling in. Including Do Hae-ok, he's looking at 5 enemies on the ship who are at least 10 levels higher than him. It's a massive gap in power, and he's effectively trapped. He stares out at the water, watching the lanterns bob on the surface. Gripping the railing, he tries to make sense of why they're waiting. If their only goal was kidnapping Nam Gum-hye, they would have moved by now. They want something more, and he's the only one left to figure out what it is. Bong-soo looks out over the water, narrowing down the possibilities until only the worst one remains. It's highly likely that the target isn't just a person, but the entire Namgum clan. His hand tightens against the wood as the scale of the threat lands. There's also the matter of power. These enemies are at least 10 levels higher than him, creating a gap so wide he can't even measure it. For 4 masters of that caliber to infiltrate a major sect can only mean one thing. They're here to overthrow the Namgung clan, and Bong-soo is caught between a rock and a hard place. With Tong-woo by his side and the clan's enemies dead ahead, his options are officially running out. The mission is closing in on the waterway, and the time for planning is over. A fleet of ships cuts through the dark water under a full moon, while on the docks, the Black Crow squad moves into position. Not everyone is thrilled about the logistics as one member questions Go Sang-gong on whether taking the entire squad all the way to the waterway is really necessary. Go Sang-gong's patience snaps instantly, and he turns on the man with a low, dangerous snarl. Inside the inner gate, Go Sang-gong isn't in the mood for excuses, grabbing one of his men by the hair for even questioning a simple order. The guard tries to explain that checking the same waterway over and over feels pointless, but for Go Sang-gong, with a major wedding on the horizon, pointless doesn't exist. He explodes at the insubordination, his voice echoing through the courtyard as he dismisses his squad as a bunch of lazy slackers. Boredom has clearly set in for the Black Crow squad, with some members leaning against the stone walls and dreaming of a real battlefield. They want the chaos of war back, hoping for an enemy to show up just to break the monotony of guard duty. But all they get for now is the sound of their own footsteps in the dark. In the dead of night, 2 Black Crow guards patrol the quiet manor grounds by candlelight. One of them grumbles about their luck, bitter that the rest of the squad is already inside eating and drinking while they're stuck out here in the dark. He looks over to Bong-soo for agreement, only to find the young man paralyzed with terror. A sudden, sharp breath cuts through the silence from the shadows. The guard barely has time to scream a warning before the darkness lunges. A blade flashes in the torchlight, meeting the guard's steel in a desperate, frantic clash. It's over in a heartbeat, leaving the older guard staring into the dark as his world ends. In the dead of night, a single ripple breaks the surface of the water, followed by a blur of motion as the assassin strikes through the dark. The blade sinks in with clinical quiet, leaving only the sound of blood hitting the ground to mark the end of another target. Elsewhere, a bearded guard stretches wide, oblivious to the fact that his perimeter has already been breached. He grumbles to himself about his partners taking too long to return, not realizing they've already been dealt with. Outside, A lone member of the Black Crow squad grumbles about his missing teammates. Sure, they've just slacked off and left him to hold the line alone. He grabs a torch and heads into the dark, wading through the shallow water of the manor's halls with every intention of giving them a piece of his mind. The world stops when the light hits the floor. It's a severed arm, and the sight of it sends him stumbling back in a cold sweat. Panic finally takes over as he screams their names into the empty halls, but the only thing answering him is the silence. A lone member of the Black Crow squad moves through the dark corridors, his torchlight barely cutting through the gloom as he stumbles deeper into the base. Something stops him cold. A few feet away, Bong-soo crouches in the shadows, staring at the ground and wondering where a single missing limb went. The walls behind him tell the story of a massacre, with bodies torn apart and pinned to the brickwork like trophies. The guard can barely find his voice, letting out a fractured sound as his mind starts to break under the weight of the scene. Bong-soo finally spots what he was looking for, realizing with a flat, detached calm that he was only missing an arm to finish his work. Write only the narration text, no JSON, no metadata, just the script. Output is intentionally empty. Deep within a flooded stone corridor, the silence breaks as a surge of energy rips through the dark water. The assailant's eyes are locked on his target, fixed with a focus that says he isn't here to talk. Bong-soo tracks the movement, his own gaze narrowing as he braces for a fight where the first mistake will likely be his last. The blades lock as the assailant puts his full weight into the kill, but Bong-soo doesn't break, forcing the man to realize this kid isn't the easy target he assumed. Frustrated, the attacker pours everything he has into a final heavy swing that rings out through the corridor, only for Bong-soo to skip back across the flooded floor and widen the gap. A bearded gatekeeper watches from the shadows, recognizing Bong-soo as the guest who arrived with the poisonous palm master. The man's outrage boiled over as he demanded to know why a guest would turn on them like this. He offers a cold justification for the bloodshed, claiming everything he's done was for the good of the Namgung clan. The gatekeeper isn't buying it, his rage boiling over as he reminds the boy of the warriors he slaughtered and left skewered like animals, declaring that there will be no quick death today. The man channels his lethal intent into the first form of the heavenly wind sword. Bong-soo doesn't flinch, countering with the calculated precision of his own three powers technique. He commits to a direct strike at the yellow dragon, and the two blades collide in a blinding flash that tears through the silence of the grounds. In the dark of the flooded tunnel, the assailant closes the distance with terrifying speed, his eyes locked on Bong-soo. He's consumed by a murderous rage, screaming a promise to tear our protagonist apart as he unleashes a flurry of strikes. But the sheer volume of the barrage begins to find its mark. Blood sprays across the stone as the blade cuts deep. A massive impact sends Bong-soo reeling back through the water, and as his system interface flickers into view, the reality of the situation hits him. His health is cratering. He's taking critical damage, and the margin for error has just vanished. Seeing his opening, the assailant leaps forward to deliver the final blow, certain that this fight is already over. Their powers collide in a blur of movement through the dark underground waterway. The assailant laughs, taunting Bong-soo for being unarmed, but he hasn't noticed that the boy is already mid-strike. A sudden flash of steel cuts through the air, and the man barely jerks his head back as the hidden weapon whistles past his throat. He scrambles backward to create distance, panting as he tries to understand how Bong-soo managed to strike without a sword. Touching the fresh wound on his cheek, the assailant realizes he was a single second away from death, and he has no idea what kind of bizarre weapon he's actually fighting. Bong-soo moves through the pitch-black stone passage like he's part of the shadows themselves, closing the distance before his opponent can even react. The assailant grits his teeth and tracks the movement, calling out the incoming horizontal slash from Bong-soo's left hand as he readies his own blade. Panic sets in the moment he realizes he's lost track of the weapon again, his eyes darting through the dark for a sword that seems to have vanished into thin air. He's desperate to find the target, but in this kind of fight, losing sight of the blade is usually the last mistake you ever make. Bong-soo crashes forward with lethal speed, forcing the assailant to throw up a desperate block just to stay alive. The impact is enough to send the boy careening into the stone wall, but he recovers mid-air with a grace that shouldn't be possible for a kid his age. Watching from the ground, The swordsman feels the first real spike of panic, certain that at this rate, he isn't making it out of this courtyard. The blood on his face is a cold reminder that Bong-soo isn't just fast, he's accurate. Before the man can even steady his breath, the boy is already closing the distance again, his blade a constant, relentless pressure. The assailant braces for the next strike, but he's swinging at shadows. A sudden terrifying thought crosses the man's mind as he realizes exactly what kind of monster he's actually fighting. Bong-soo is grounded, his body finally giving out under the weight of the duel. His assailant laughs manically, realizing the gamble he took actually paid off. The last slash landed exactly where it needed to. Gasping for air, our protagonist forces himself back onto his feet, but every breath feels like a struggle against the inevitable. He pulls up his status window to confirm the grim reality. His HP is practically non-existent, a sliver of red in a sea of empty bars. But he notices one thing that hasn't bottomed out yet. His experience bar is right on the edge of a level up. It's a desperate play, but it's the only one he has left. Bong-soo stares down the end of his rope and finds the only play he has left, a suicidal gamble. He lunges with every scrap of energy remaining in his lungs, charging directly into the path of a man who outclasses him in every way. The assailant sneers at the move, dismissing it as nothing more than a desperate death wish. To end the fight, he unleashes the final form of the Heavenly Wind Sword technique, a move designed to cleave through anything in its path. But as Bong-soo keeps coming, the man's contempt turns into genuine panic. He realizes the boy isn't just fighting, he's trying to drag them both into the grave. Bong-soo rejects the idea with a final, defiant shout. He isn't planning on dying today. Bong-soo throws everything he has left into one final desperate charge. His focus narrows until the world is nothing but the man in front of him, and even with the blood of his wounds spraying into the air, he refuses to slow down. It's the kind of reckless drive that usually earns a miracle, but Go Sengong isn't a man who believes in miracles. The veteran martial artist intercepts the strike with a crushing kick that sends Bong-soo spinning, slamming the young man into the ground with enough force to shatter whatever resolve was left. Go Sengong lets out a mocking laugh, calling Bong-soo a pathetic nobody who had no business even crawling toward him. He spent his life looking down on those weaker than him, and tonight is no exception. Grinning with sadistic intent, Go Sengong draws his blade and prepares to end Bong-soo's life right where he fell. Bong-soo focuses every scrap of energy he has left deep inside his body, drawing a curse from Go Sengong as the man realizes exactly what's about to happen. The resulting shockwave erupts with enough force to tear through everything in its path, leaving Go Sengong struggling just to stay on his feet as the blood loss finally catches up to him. A notification window flashes across Bong-soo's vision, announcing a level up that feels like more than just a number on a screen. His HP bar refills as his level climbs to 13, and a surge of energy hits him so hard it pulls a scream from his lungs while he lies battered in the rain. This isn't just a quiet stat boost. A pillar of light erupts from his body, tearing through the night sky with enough force to illuminate the entire estate. From the shadows of the compound, Eng and an elder from the Danri clan watch the phenomenon in silence, while the younger disciples can only stare as the light washes over the courtyard. Standing at the edge of the Danri clan estate, Ash Shadow looks out at the night as a massive pillar of light erupts into the sky, leaving him genuinely stunned. He's seen plenty in his time, but this kind of power is different. It's the sort of anomaly that rewrites the map. Deep in the arena, Bong-soo tightens his grip one last time, his body pushed to the absolute limit. He stands alone among the carnage, his silhouette cast against walls painted in the blood of his enemies. The long struggle is finally over, and he lets out the only words he has left. It's finished. Under a pale moon, the Danri clan is burning. An unknown force has breached the estate, turning the courtyard into a slaughterhouse as masked assassins tear through the disciples with clinical efficiency. Donri Qianwu, head of the clan, can only stand in the center of the carnage and watch his legacy turn to ash. From the heart of the fire, a lone figure emerges, a shadow wreathed in heat and death. He stops just inches from the old master, the sheer physical pressure of his presence enough to command the air. Qianwo is a man who has spent a lifetime at the top of the martial world, but staring into those cold eyes, He realizes he's looking at something he doesn't recognize. He barely manages to choke out a question about why this is happening before the shadow moves, ending the Danri clan in a single, final stroke. The patriarch of the Danri clan is dead, his eyes frozen in a final moment of shock as a masked assassin stands over his remains. With the execution complete, the killer adjusts his mask and orders a final message to be sent to someone named Hoyang. Miles away, a young girl named Eng struggles to keep her head up, her body finally reaching its limit as she collapses into the grass under the moonlight. Ash Shadow stands over the unconscious Eng, noting her attire and suspecting she belongs to the Danri clan, though the encounter clearly didn't give him the thrill he was looking for. Looking out over the water toward the fortified city, he watches the distant signs of conflict under the full moon. It seems things are wrapping up faster than expected, and he figures Guangwon probably ended the fight before it could even get interesting. He starts to walk away, but a tactical anomaly catches his attention. The signal lighting up the sky is far too flashy for their own forces. A realization lands. If it isn't their signal, then the Nangung clan might already be onto them. Waste no time, he orders his subordinate to immediately block every road leading toward Anhui to contain the leak. Under the light of a cold moon, Ash Shadow stands before a massive force of masked men and gives the order to begin their first stratagem. Elsewhere, the peace of the night is shattered when a group of Danri clan warriors enters a corridor and stops dead in their tracks. Splashed across the stone walls in deep crimson is a message that turns their blood to ice. The words are a direct threat to the throne, claiming that when the moon is full, the emperor will fall. It continues with a bold promise. The writer of these words intends to become the new king. The warriors stare at the macabre display, watching the prophecy of a slow-walking usurper take shape in the torchlight. Shaken, one of the men asks who could possibly be behind such a gruesome declaration, but his lord can only certain of one thing. Whoever they are, they've just declared war. The peace of the night is a lie. Deep within the compound, the word has already gone out. Someone is targeting the Namgung clan. With a high-profile wedding fast approaching, the lord of the clan isn't taking any chances, ordering a massive increase in security. His disciples shout their loyalty as he dismisses them, but the weight of the threat doesn't leave with the men. As he walks the quiet halls alone, the lord begins to piece together the warning he received. The emperor mentioned in the message clearly refers to his own clan, and the full moon marks the exact date of the upcoming wedding. It's a roadmap for a strike, but one piece of the puzzle refuses to fit. He can't identify the eye who claims to be walking slowly toward them, and the uncertainty is starting to feel like a noose. What is actually happening to his clan while they're all looking the other way? High above the grounds of the Namgung clan, a storm is brewing inside the War Council Hall. Namgung Jung slams his fist onto the table, his voice booming through the room as he insists they're being played for fools. He reminds the gathered leaders that Du Hyoalk has been with them for less than a year, arguing that it's insane to suspect their own future son-in-law based on a few strange marks. If they turn on their own family over a riddle, the entire Murim will laugh them out of existence. The room falls into a heavy silence as the elders weigh the cost of a false accusation. Finally, Namgung In breaks the quiet, his voice calm but sharp as he openly disagrees with Jung's emotional plea. He leans over the table and pulls their attention back to the hard evidence, 8 specific characters left behind by an intruder. To him, the logic is inescapable. The phrase, walking slowly, is a direct linguistic pointer to the name Du Hyoalk. Disbelief explodes across the face of Namgung Jung as the weight of the report finally lands. Namgung In remains calm, methodically walking through the logic of the night's events. The intruder managed to infiltrate the great clan in secret, yet chose to kill their warriors in plain sight. It was a calculated move, and it suggests their goal wasn't just simple murder or espionage. The pillar of light that lit up the night sky was a signal, a deliberate show of force meant to be seen before the perpetrator vanished like a ghost. Jung slams the table in a fury, refusing to believe they should arrest one of their own based on a possible frame-up by an unconfirmed ghost. To him, acting on such thin evidence would be a permanent stain on the clan's prestige. He points a finger at In, demanding to know how Hia is supposed to show her face in public if they admit their security was this easily compromised. Honor is the only currency Jung understands, and he feels it slipping away. A single word from the head of the table shuts the argument down instantly as the Namgung Lord finally speaks. He sits in the shadows of the high hall, weighing the two arguments with clinical detachment. The intruder is undoubtedly suspicious, but as the leader of the Boundless Sword Unit, he knows they cannot afford to ignore even the smallest possibility of a deeper betrayal. For the Namgung clan, the real threat might not be the man who left the message, but the one the message was meant for. Inside the Namgung clan meeting hall, Namgung Jung questions their current inaction, pointing out that two of their elite unit leaders are already out in the field. The lord of the clan considers the point, finally confirming that the Heavenly Thunder unit is scouting near Hefei as they speak. It's the night of the full moon, and if any rival faction is actually planning to move against them, he knows the signs would have started to show by now. The council waits in a heavy, expectant silence. The quiet is shattered by the sound of frantic footsteps, as a scout bursts through the doors with an urgent report. It's Namgung Hu, the Heavenly Thunder unit leader, looking completely shaken as he delivers the news they were both expecting and dreading. Namgung Lord demands a status update the second his man enters the hall, but the scout can barely get the words out. The Heavenly Thunder unit went out to sweep the area, and not a single soul has returned. The news hits the council like a physical blow, leaving Namgung Jung struggling to grasp the scale of the loss. They were only supposed to be gone for 2 hours, yet as the moon hangs over the water, the horizon remains empty, but the scout has no tactical answer to give. In this silence, the grim reality starts to settle in. The Namgung clan might be facing something they aren't prepared for. The report from Hefei lands like a death sentence. The city is completely surrounded. Inside the Namgung council chamber, the air goes cold. Namgung Jung demands to know who would even dare to strike at them. But the lord of the clan is already tracing the logic to a dark conclusion. He weighs the possibility of the Yangtze River's naval forces breaking their long-standing treaty, but Namgung In quickly dismisses it. They are a fleet, not an army. They can't move this far inland. That leaves the clan with a terrifying reality. If the report is accurate, the inland routes are blocked by a force that shouldn't exist. Jung spirals into a frantic denial, shouting that no faction in Anhui has the numbers or the raw power to pin down the Namgung clan. It's a logical impossibility. But Namgung In goes quiet as the truth finally settles. There is one organization capable of this, and the fact that they've finally moved means the world is about to change. Within the walls of the Danri clan, the air sits heavy as a lone warrior finds his center. This mysterious swordsman stands in the quiet courtyard, his hands forming a seal to draw out every drop of internal energy he has left. As he enters a state of total focus, the world around him bleeds away until there is nothing but the intent to kill. Then, he moves. He launches forward with a speed that turns his body into a shadow, cutting upward in a single fluid arc that meets his target head-on. His blade finally connects with a powerful advancing warrior. The two of them locked in a clash that sends shockwaves through the night. The blades meet in a clash that would have ended a lesser man, and Bong Su watches with cold precision as the distance between them vanishes. Go Sengong lunges with everything he has, a strike meant to end the fight in a single breath. But Bong Su slips the lethal arc by a hair. It was close. Too close. Our MC watches the sword trails fade, analyzing the mechanics of the movement. Go Sengong just missed. If the warrior had chained his heavenly wind forms at that exact second, it would have been over. Bong Su would be dead on the ground right now. The gap between game mechanics and true martial arts is starting to feel more like a canyon, with the latter carrying a weight no standard ability can touch. Bong Su centers himself, feeling his own internal energy surge to meet the threat of a man who merely just took his life. Bong Su knows that if he wants to grow any stronger, he has to master these new powers. He unleashes a final, overwhelming strike that tears through his opponent, leaving the man broken in the dirt, while the energy veins across his own body begin to settle. Gasps of exhausted relief escape him as the reality lands. He actually won. The Great Revelation method is proving to be incredible. granting him more insight with every repeated battle than he ever thought possible. These meridians might only be temporary, for now, but the progress he's making is permanent. Bong-soo catches his breath after the clash, the feeling of the fight still fresh in his muscles. He knows he's making progress, but the path to true martial arts is longer than a single win. The requirements for the exclusive Tester Warrior title appear, and they aren't small. He needs to eliminate 100 enemies at level 10 or higher. Our protagonist stares at the floating text, weighing the term class advancement against the scale of the task. 100 high-level enemies. Bong-soo had hoped his growth was faster, but he braces himself for a mission that's clearly designed to push him to his absolute limit. Meet Bong-soo, a man who doesn't look like much, but he's currently staring down a challenge that would break most people. 10 minutes ago, everything was quiet as a young swordsman made his way toward the center of the sect grounds. This is the light brown-haired youth we'll be following. Calm, unhurried, and carrying himself with a weight that suggests he's seen more than his age should allow. He steps out onto the training field, where a massive cracks in the stone floor serves as a grim reminder of the power levels usually seen in a place like this. Looking over the courtyard, he takes in the scale of the sect, a sprawling landscape of ancient rooftops and hidden potential. As he walks past the other disciples, no one stops him, and he doesn't look back. He has a single destination in mind, and the world is about to find out exactly why he's here. Everything changed the second that flare hit the sky. Security has tightened across the grounds, and with the guard count rising by the minute, Po knows he needs to move fast if he's going to get word back to the shadows. He doesn't get the chance. A voice cuts through the courtyard, stopping him in his tracks as the leader of the Boundless Sword Squad approaches. Po studies the man, wondering what the head of an elite unit is doing out on patrol at this hour. A thin smile is the only answer he gets at first, followed by a casual explanation about investigating a strange light in the area. The leader keeps his tone light, but the question he drops next is a direct probe. What exactly did Po find, and was it really a signal from an intruder? Ash Shadow watches from the shadows, his eyes locked onto the men standing between him and the exit. The Imperial Guards stand in a thick line, their hands already tightening on their hilts as they wait for the word to strike. Standing against the bright sky, our protagonist remains a silhouette, his silence more of a threat than any shout could be. The leader of the Boundless Sword Squad breaks the tension, mocking the boy for failing his mission and ordering him to surrender for questioning at the King's Hall. He makes it clear that this isn't a request. He isn't leaving without his prisoner. The air in the courtyard shifts, growing heavy and cold in a way the squad leader wasn't prepared for. As Ash Shadow exhales a long, low breath, the leader's composure finally shatters. The killing intent rolling off the boy is a physical weight, and for the first time today, the man in charge realizes he might have just cornered something he can't handle. Whatever has taken hold of the swordsman is clearly enjoying the view, reveling in a body that feels like a perfect fit. He mocks his opponent, asking if he's finally caught on to what's happening. Hae-wook doesn't have an answer. He only has terror, and the sudden realization that the courtyard is about to become a graveyard. As the Imperial Guards scramble into position, Hae-wook looks toward the Imperial King's Hall, just as the air itself begins to crackle with enough energy to level the entire complex. He knows exactly how this ends for him. The creature in front of him smiles, readying a secret lightning technique that was never meant for mortal hands. The air in the courtyard screams as raw lightning tears through the center of the palace grounds, channeling into a single devastating technique the possessed swordsman calls his first form. When the light clears, the stone is shattered, and the earth itself is scorched into a jagged crater. From a distance, the once orderly courtyard looks like a battlefield leveled by a single strike. The crowd is paralyzed, unable to bridge the gap between what they just saw and what they knew of the world. Recognition only makes it worse, as one bystander realizes the man at the center of the carnage is young Master Du. The possessed swordsman lets out a jagged scream, his body straining under the sheer cost of the power he just unleashed. It's over. Hae-wook collapses into the dirt, broken and barely clinging to consciousness amidst the ruins of his own home. The sheer weight of that realization sinks in as the swordsman continues his relentless approach, glowing with a presence that feels completely wrong. From the side of the courtyard, The guards watch the scene in total shock until one bald man breaks ranks, rushing forward in a desperate attempt to intervene. He pleads with his young master to stop, but the command dies in his throat as the swordsman doesn't even slow down. A single, cold stroke ends the plea, leaving the guard to collapse as the massacre continues. Fear roots. Do Hyewok to the spot, his wide eyes fixed on the carnage unfolding before him. Panic sweeps through the courtyard like a physical wave, sending the crowd into a frantic scramble as screams for everyone to run tear through the air. The warning is clear. Young Master Po has completely lost his mind. At the center of the chaos, the possessed swordsman stands tall, wearing a jagged manic grin that makes it obvious he is savoring every second of the terror. Do Hyewok clutches his chest, staring at the man he once knew and demanding to know who, or what is actually standing there. The answer is a cold refusal, delivered with a look of pure predatory joy. He isn't interested in explanations, only the strike. A massive surge of lightning energy erupts, leaving Do Hyewok blinded as the world around him disappears into a white-hot glare. The moment of the strike is broken by a voice that shouldn't be there, calling out to the boy. Elder Tang's voice cuts through the courtyard like a blade, demanding to know what the boy thinks he's doing. Before another strike can land, the elder moves with impossible speed, his grip locking onto the attacker's wrist with absolute authority. He effortlessly neutralizes the lightning surging from Do Hyewok, forcing the younger martial artist to a complete standstill. Across the broken pavement, the elder turns his attention to the true center of the storm. Tang Wu watches the scene with a cold, detached gaze, his expression unchanging as he realizes his prediction was correct. The old man finally decided to step in. Elder Tang moves with a speed that defies his age, interposing himself before the killing blow can land. Young Master Po clicks his tongue, his face contorting as he finds his strike caught in a crushing grip. The resulting shockwave rattles the courtyard, but the elder doesn't budge, standing firm like an iron wall between the attacker and his prey. Slumped against the broken masonry, Do Hyewok can barely stammer out his thanks to the soul-chasing poison hand, his voice trembling with the realization of how close he just came to the end. Tang Wu looks out over the wreckage, noting with a heavy heart how cold the Murim has become. The betrayal is a bitter pill to swallow. A son-in-law turning his blade against his own family for a grab at power. He sneers at the very idea of loyalty, laughing as he asks if everyone in the Jianghu isn't exactly the same as him. The moment of tense silence is shattered by a massive explosion in the distance, a reminder that the rest of the Danri clan is still burning. Elder Tang isn't interested in a conversation, warning his opponent to drop the act and start talking while he's still in a civil mood. Young Master Po isn't intimidated, recognizing the famous butterfly art, but deciding that a fair fight isn't currently on the agenda. Watching from the sidelines, Bong Su realizes Po is looking for a way out of this confrontation. Eng's confusion over her grandfather's location only makes the situation weirder. Then the realization hits. Po wasn't just here to fight. He was hunting for Manhwa. If that's the case, the whole game has just changed, especially as Po locks onto a new target and prepares to move. Elder Tang is reaching his limit, his voice cracking with a desperate fury as he demands to know if his opponent intends to push this battle all the way to the end. He unleashes a defensive surge to hold the line, but the sheer predatory delight on young Master Po's face says the elder's time is running out. Po barely notices the old man's struggle, his focus shifting toward the chaos nearby where Bong Su has slipped away to watch the secondary battle, while Eng screams out a name in visceral panic. Tang Wu ignores the shockwaves, sprinting across the courtyard toward the center of a massive crater as he calls for Manhwa. He skids to a halt, his eyes wide as he registers the shape in the dust. Standing over the broken ground, the realization hits him. It's Bong Su, holding a weakened Manhwa in his arms. The sight of his kin in the hands of a man like Tong Sam stops his world cold. Exhausted and battered, Bong Su can only manage a weak question to confirm his success. He did save Manhwa. Tang Wu reaches out with trembling hands, taking his unconscious granddaughter as the weight of the moment finally lands. The old man begins to offer his gratitude, but his voice is cut short by a jagged manic laugh echoing from the rooftops. A cold dread washes over the courtyard as Tang Wu looks up, sensing a presence far more terrifying than anything they faced so far. High above them stands a demonic, spindly figure, its silhouette twisted and veins glowing with a sickly light. This shadow monster watches Bong-soo with predatory interest, simply noting that our hero is strong. Watching from the shadows, a mysterious figure weighs what he just saw and decides Bong-soo is the real deal, a master strong enough to stand against Tang-woo himself. Perched high on the rooftops overlooking the courtyard, he calls down a final taunt to the gray hero, promising to return for them soon, with a look that leaves even the veteran Tang-woo visibly shaken. With that threat hanging in the air, the stranger turns and sprints across the roofline, vanishing into the night like a ghost. The sudden drop in pressure leaves Bong-soo reeling, looking up at the empty tiles and wondering what kind of monster just had them in its sights. Even as the courtyard falls silent, the chill doesn't leave him. He knows they were being watched by something far beyond their league. Our protagonist's memory of the night remains a blur of red eyes and shadow, but the figure standing on the rooftop now is impossible to mistake. This spindly, scarred creature looks down and makes the connection, recognizing the one responsible for the pillar of light and the total collapse of his plans. The two of them stand as mirrors of the same chaos, but the monster isn't looking for a fight just yet. He offers a chilling promise to meet again before disappearing into the sky. Our protagonist has spent his whole life training for a single moment of clarity, but the truth he finds at the end of the road isn't what he expected. Every step he took toward the top of the martial world was supposed to make him feel more human, yet the higher he climbed, the more he felt the world slipping away. Now he stands at the threshold of a final decision that will either cement his legacy or erase everything he's fought to protect. Back at the Danri clan inner courtyard, the silence is heavier than the sound of the battle that just ended. He picks his way through the rubble of the king's hall, where the air still tastes of ozone and old blood. In the center of the devastation sits the king himself, perched on a wooden throne that should have been splinters by now. The old man doesn't move, doesn't reach for a weapon, and doesn't even look up as our hero approaches. He just sits there with his white beard draped over his royal robes, a calm center in a world that just finished tearing itself apart. This is the pivot point. 50 years of history are compressed into this one room, and the king looks like he's already made his peace with how the night ends. Our protagonist stops 10 paces out, the weight of his own journey suddenly pressing down on his shoulders. He realizes he didn't come here to kill a tyrant. He came to see if there was anyone left who could still look him in the eye. It's a bad bet, but it's the only one he has left. The story isn't about who survives the next 10 seconds. It's about what happens to the man who walks out of this hall alone. Under a cold full moon, the Danri clan estate sits on the edge of the lake, quiet but for the tension gathering inside. Clan head Byok sits before his elder, Bong Po-yum, his voice tight with an urgency he can't quite hide as he questions the presence of the young man standing behind them. Byok lets the silence hang for a moment, weighing the life of his clan against the pride of the man sitting across from him. He finally breaks, lowering his head in a formal desperate bow and begging his uncle to take the wedding guests and escape to Soho Lake. He's asking for a tactical retreat and reinforcements, knowing full well the cost of staying. Bang Po-yum studies the man across from him with a cold calculating eye. He knows the Danri clan head is cornered, and whatever move they make next will be a gamble. Byok lays out the strategy. They'll move by water, cutting from Soho Lake toward the Yangtze River to reach the safety of the 18 waterway strongholds. The preparations are already in motion, with ships launched and the clan's people gathered at the south gate under the cover of night. When Bang Po-yum asks for a timeline, the answer is immediate. They leave today. The decision carries the weight of everyone currently waiting at the docks, and with a final nod, the Black Society leader turns to begin his own preparations. As he walks away, Byok watches him go, the weight of the clan's survival resting entirely on this single desperate departure. Byok makes his final plea. Take the girl and go. He can handle the fight, but he can't handle her watching it. The request catches Tang-woo completely off guard. The truth is a lot uglier than a simple tactical retreat. Byok is terrified that the clan is already dead on its feet, and he doesn't think they have more than 10 days left before the Namgung forces wipe them out. Tang-woo explodes at the suggestion. There is no way the soul-chasing poison hand is going to sit by and let a massacre happen, but he knows he can't win this alone. He gives Byok one final command: endure until he can make it back with real reinforcements. Bong-soo watches in silence. As Byok bows his head to the floor, The clan head's posture screaming of a man who has lost everything and has nowhere left to turn. Stepping out onto the cliffside under a full moon, our MC weighs the value of what he's just learned, glad he chose to pull Manhwa from the fire. It's rare to get a look at the Namgung clan's cards before they're played, and while the plan is officially out in the open, the whole thing feels shaky. He turns back toward the manor, already calculating how many lives are about to be caught in the fallout. Nearby, Eng is hitting her limit, clutching her hair as she tries to make sense of whatever move her grandfather is making. A sudden shift in the air pulls her focus away from her frustration. She freezes, her face flushing as a presence she didn't hear approaching suddenly registers right beside her. The wind howls over the overlook as Bong Su and Eng stand in the quiet aftermath of the raid. It's in heavy silence, and while Bong Su remains unreadable, Eng is internally spiraling. She can't get a handle on what he's thinking, and the awkwardness of the moment is starting to grate on her. Still, she knows there are things that need to be said before the night is over. She immediately gets defensive, warning him not to get the wrong idea. She only spoke up because she didn't think she'd get another chance later. Bong Su listens, but his gaze shifts, his focus narrowing as the weight of their situation returns to the surface. High above the lake, Ash Shadow stands alone on the cliffside, watching the moonlight ripple across the water toward the distant island. The silence doesn't last long, broken by heavy footsteps approaching from the tree line behind him. He doesn't need to turn to know who it is. Shifting Shadow has arrived. Or perhaps he should use the man's real name, Du Heoak, whose scarred face carries a mocking grin that suggests he isn't bothered by the interruption. Ash Shadow demands to hear whatever excuse the man has brought with him, but Heoak only scoffs, acting as if the mission is still on track. The facts tell a different story. 4 shadows are already dead with nothing to show for it, and the mere fact that Heoak has retreated to this cliff proves their first grand plan has already collapsed. Du Heoak scoffs at the assumption, leaning back with a grin that stretches across his scarred face. His plan was never about staying in the shadows. He intends to become a celebrated hero of the Orthodox faction. To him, being a monster doesn't mean he can't play the part of a savior. It is a violent, grotesque display of shifting flesh and bone, but as the dust settles, a lithe young woman stands in the moonlight. With this face, he doesn't need to manipulate Namgung Hee from afar. He can simply become her. By taking her form, the path to becoming the successor of the Namgung family is wide open. Standing across from him, Ash Shadow can only stare, unable to believe he is looking at the perfect image of Namgung Hee. Bang Po Yam erupts into a manic laugh, thrilled by the strategic twist Heoak just dropped into his lap. This changes everything, and for a man like Po Yam, that's the only currency that matters. He stops, his eyes lingering on the form of the first beauty of Anhui, admitting that despite knowing Heoak is a man beneath the skin, the disguise is working a little too well. The silence on the cliffside turns heavy. Po Yam doesn't care about the optics or the gender. In his world, if it looks good and serves his appetite, it's fair game. The insult pushes Heoak to his limit, his face tightening as he prepares a choice word for the man beside him, but the moment breaks when an owl screeches overhead, pulling both their eyes to the sky. A hawk descends from the night sky, carrying a message that confirms the latest moves on the board. Bang Po Yam takes the scroll, immediately suspecting it's a play from the water shadow. His suspicions are correct. The ships have already set sail, signaling that the next phase of the conflict has begun. It's time for him to move out, and he turns to the shapeshifter Heoak to see where their path leads next. Heoak catches a falling feather, deciding right then to follow the bird back to its source. Po Yam is surprised by the choice, suggesting that a run-in with the Namgung clan would be far more entertaining than chasing a scout. Heoak isn't interested in the clan. There's a much bigger prize waiting in that direction. Po Yam dismisses the idea, arguing that even a master like Tang Wu doesn't carry the weight of a whole clan, but the conversation cuts short when something in the air suddenly shifts. Ash Shadow isn't letting this go, pressing for answers about the mysterious light and the identity of the person behind it. Heoak only gives him a taunting smile before vanishing into the night, leaving the young man standing alone on the shore. Whatever she found out, she isn't sharing. Under a full moon, A massive fleet cuts through the dark water, led by a flagship that dwarfs everything around it. Heo Ok is heading back to report, and the scale of the force moving behind her suggests the quiet on the coast won't last. Watching Ang tremble with a fear she can't hide. He knows that no matter how peerless of an expert Tang Wu is, everyone else on this deck is just dead weight to him right now. If things go south and it comes down to a choice between Tang Hua, Nam Gong He, or the boy calling himself Tang Sam, Bang Po Yam stands on the deck, scanning the dark water with a growing sense of unease. It doesn't make sense. Any force big enough to corner the Namgung clan should have sentries out this far. Yet they haven't seen a single enemy. Sensing a trap, he orders his fleet to drop their speed, choosing caution over momentum. As the ships slow their pace through the fog, faint lights flicker on the horizon, cutting through the dark in a long, organized line. A shout goes up as the men realize they aren't alone. Assuming the Namgung clan's message finally reached the reinforcements they've been waiting for, the sailors on deck celebrate the arrival of the fleet on the horizon, certain that help has finally arrived. Tang Wu watches the sails of the Yangtze River strongholds approach, weighing whether these are the allies they were promised. Something about the formation makes him hesitate, fanning out across the water until the horizon is a wall of wood and sail. The pieces click together. The lack of enemies earlier wasn't luck, it was a setup to lead them into this bottleneck. These ships aren't here to escort them, they're here to block the path. Realizing the depth of the trap, Tang Wu bellows a command to turn back before they're completely hemmed in, but the reinforcements they were praying for have just become their executioners. Every ship in the fleet is a target, and he desperately orders them to turn around before the window closes completely. But on the lead vessel across the water, the enemy is already waiting. With one cold single-word command from the blind archer, the silence of the night snaps. A massive volley of fire arrows rains down on the fleet, and Tang Wu can only scream as the first wave of the bombardment tears through his men. The night sea transforms into a literal graveyard as fire rains down, turning ships into floating torches. Amidst the smoke and screaming, Bong Su searches for a way through the wreckage, his eyes locked on the horizon while the world around him collapses. It's a total slaughter. Ships are listing and sinking into the dark water, taking everyone on board with them. Tang Wu tries to rally his men, shouting for them to pull themselves together and reverse course, but the command dies in his throat as the true scale of the ambush lands. Looking out across the waves, the shape of the disaster is finally clear. Ang trembles, her voice breaking as she realizes they're being flanked from both sides, trapped in a cage made of burning wood and iron. There is nowhere left to run. Tang Wu bellows for the crew to make for the shore, desperate to pull their burning deck out of the line of fire. Nearby, the captain of the guard struggles to maintain order, shouting for the few survivors to scramble toward safety. But the window for escape slams shut as a shadow launches from the neighboring vessel, descending like a terminal weight through the smoke to shatter the remaining defenders. The blind archer stands amidst the wreckage, with a blood-slicked grin, dropping a final, quiet command to leave no one alive. Her warriors swarm the deck to finish the work, leaving Tang Wu and his companions to watch in silence as their fleet, and their last hope of escape, burns into the sea. Tang Wu is reaching his absolute limit, the strain showing in every ragged breath as he stands amidst the wreckage. He forces himself to move, ignoring his own exhaustion to haul Tang Hua onto his back. Her weight is heavy, but he doesn't have a choice if they're going to survive this. Ang rushes over, her voice frantic as she asks what he thinks he's doing. His focus is singular. They have to reach the shore, and he's the only one left with the strength to get them there. When Ang argues that even he can't carry 3 people across the water, Tang Wu drops a cold final verdict. He's only taking 2. The realization hits her like a physical blow as she repeats the number, the math of who's being left behind suddenly very clear. Ang watches the silhouette of the man who holds their lives in his hands. As Tang Wu finally addresses Tang Sam amidst the rising heat of the flames, the old master's confession is cold and clinical. He admits he was greedy for Sam's talent, planting the goo parasite solely to turn him into a mindless cornerstone for the clan. It's a confession of pure exploitation, but the old man's voice shifts as he carries Tang Hua away, admitting that age must be catching up with him since he's actually grown attached to a mere doll. He delivers his final verdict with a glowing eye. He won't kill Sam himself, but he won't do a single thing to save him from the fire either. Eng can only gasp as the patriarch turns his back on them, leaving Tong Sam to face his end in the wreckage of a life that was never truly his own. Tong Wu stands on the railing of the burning ship, offering a final, respectful nod to Tong Sam. He admits the main clan might never even know Sam existed, but promises that he, the soul-chasing poison hand, will remember him. With that, he grabs Tong Hua and leaps into the night, leaving the deck to the flames. Eng lingers for a moment, her face twisted in a silent scream of grief, before she too vanishes into the dark. Tong Sam stands alone amidst the wreckage, a silhouette framed by the roaring inferno. The mask of the lowly servant finally drops. Now that there are no eyes watching, he can finally get started. A muscular attacker lunges from the shadows, blade raised high for a killing blow, but Sam doesn't flinch. He simply waits, his hand beginning to glow as he prepares to unleash a power the Tang clan never saw coming. He tears through the harbor like a force of nature, claiming the final life in the squad, and standing amidst the absolute destruction he's carved into the shoreline. The fires from the burning pagoda light up the water, but the protagonist doesn't seem to notice the heat or the smoke. His red eyes lock onto the horizon as the bloodlust finally begins to settle, leaving him alone in the wreckage of a battle that shouldn't have been this easy. Whatever humanity he had left before the first strike, it didn't survive the night. The night sky is torn open by fire, a rain of sparks and embers falling over the wreckage as everything burns. Watching from the center of the chaos, Bang Po-yom stays focused, caught in a sudden panic when they realize the enemy didn't just meet them at sea, they had forces waiting on land all along. And as the green light of a technique flares across the beach, the trap finally snaps shut. It starts as a single point of light, an eruption that tears through the night and paints the coastline in blood. The man who caused it simply watches, his gaze cold, his silhouette cutting a hard line against the dark sky. Below him, the beach is a graveyard of broken ships and broken men. Eng surveys the shore, finding nothing but survivors too exhausted to even crawl away from the surf. Back in the tree line, the Heavenly Demon Castle soldiers aren't sticking around to admire the work. They keep their heads down, urging the group to move faster as they carry a bloody Bong Su through the forest. But miles away on the burning deck, the image of what he's become remains. A lone figure standing amidst the fire, looking down at the bodies he left behind. One night changed everything. From here on out, there's no going back. Checking his progress against the system's grim tally, 18. He looks out over the field of fallen enemies, wondering how many of the men he just cut down actually counted toward his goal. A shout from a nearby warrior breaks his focus, warning him to cover his face before someone catches a clear look at his expression. He takes a second to register the state he's in. A blood-soaked killer with eyes that have seen too much for one night. He realizes the man is right and pulls the tattered cloth tight over his head before turning his back on the carnage and heading down the stairs. A heavy silence hangs over the burning docks as the Vice Stronghold leader surveys the carnage. He takes in the wreckage with a bored curiosity, casually noting that his men have turned the entire harbor into a slaughterhouse. When pressed for a report, the soldier explains that while the ships are cleared, a target named Tang Wu managed to escape to the shore with a few survivors. The leader doesn't seem surprised, merely scratching his head as he decides he'll need to consult the stronghold leader on how to proceed. He orders his men to hold their positions and wait for further instructions, completely unaware that a lone survivor is watching him from the shadows, eyes locked onto the man responsible for the massacre. Out on the dark water, the massive dragon-sailed warship cuts a steady path through the waves. A formidable warrior woman, her bangs heavy over her eyes and a massive spiked mace at her side, walks across the deck toward the Vice Stronghold leader, who notes her late arrival with a familiar title. He's surprised she even knew to meet them here, but she explains that Ash Shadow sent word of their approach ahead of time. The leader studies her for a second, noting that her specific smile is the one thing about her that stays the same, regardless of the form she takes. He weighs that for a moment before moving on, shifting the conversation to the only thing that actually matters right now, what they're going to do about Tang Wu. The trap is set, and the target is being funneled exactly where they want him, Seonjung Mountain. The blind archer is certain. That peak won't be a refuge. It's going to be a tomb. The vice stronghold leader weighs the terrain, noting how the half-mountain, half-valley geography creates a natural kill box. Once the target reaches the edge of that cliff, there will be nowhere left to run. He relishes the thought, imagining the man climbing as fast as he can, completely unaware he's sprinting toward his own burial. The archer doesn't care for the chatter and signals that it's time to move. They'll be heading out with the remaining forces shortly to close the net. The leader briefly considers the overwhelming odds, one of the 10 greats facing off against 2, or perhaps even 3, shadows. He dismisses the thought of overkill almost immediately, deciding that in a world this dangerous, certainty is the only thing that matters. He stops his stride as the final pieces of the plan click into place. The vice stronghold leader turns to his subordinate, the blind archer, asking if she's encountered the strange intruder with pitch-black eyes or a master of light-emitting arts. She hasn't. Staring out over the burning docks, the archer keeps her answer blunt while her master weighs the impossibility of their situation. Every exit is locked down. It's a frustrating mystery for a man of his standing, but he doesn't stay troubled for long. To a leader with his power, there is no problem so complex that a complete and total massacre can't solve it. Night falls over the mountain peaks, casting the dense forest surrounding the stronghold into deep shadow. Moving through the tree line, a small army of masked soldiers advances in total silence, catching the stronghold's outer guard completely off guard. The bearded gatekeeper barely has time to register the breach before the first of his men is cut down. These aren't regular bandits. The intruders strike with a lethal supernatural efficiency, moving like shadows and leaving no room for a counterattack. Within seconds, the clearing is a blur of blades and blood as the stronghold soldiers are systematically dismantled. The gatekeeper can only watch as his unit collapses, the reality of the situation sinking in too late to save anyone. The aftermath of the carnage leaves the gatekeeper reeling, his eyes fixed on the path they've carved through the woods. Behind him, Ash Shadow gives the order to push on, unwilling to let the trail go cold even as the shadows deepen. But the gatekeeper doesn't move. He looks back at the clearing, watching his men collapse into the dirt, their breathing ragged and their spirits clearly broken. He bites back a curse, the weight of the night finally catching up to him as he realizes his soldiers have reached their limit. Reaching a decision, he bellows for the contingent to halt, granting them a moment of reprieve they desperately need. The clearing goes quiet as the men settle into the dark, too exhausted to do anything but slump against the trees and wait for the world to stop spinning. The clearing is silent, filled with what's left of a unit that used to be twice this size. The Black Crow captain looks over his men and realizes the count is even worse than he thought. His reinforcements are gone. Danri Hui has vanished, and the weight of their failure is starting to settle in. A sharp rustle breaks from the tree line. The captain snaps toward the sound, barking a command for the survivors to find their feet and draw their steel. They form a desperate circle in the dark as he throws a challenge into the trees, demanding to know who's watching them. Shadows shift between the ancient trees, revealing a group of men closing in with cold, practiced precision. A panicked shout breaks the quiet as the survivors realize they aren't dealing with common thieves, but pirates. The bearded leader draws his blade, bracing for a fight he already knows he's losing. From the center of the swarm, the lone survivor leans into the light, his eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity as he drops a single mocking greeting. Peekaboo. Driven by pure bloodlust, their leader screams for his men to leave no survivors as they charge. On the other side, the bearded leader of the Danri clan shouts a desperate order for his guards to hold the line, promising they will all make it back home alive. The two sides collide in a mess of steel and shadow, neither side willing to give an inch. Suddenly, a figure streaks into the center of the fray with impossible speed, unleashing a technique that lights up the darkness as a massive shockwave tears right through the attacker's front line. Bongsu isn't giving him any room to breathe, closing the distance at a speed that turns the battlefield into a blur of motion. He calls out his single-stream 10-sword style, unleashing a massive surge of power that fills the air before following up with the flying swallow 10 successive swords. A chain of strikes so fast they look like a single continuous arc. The leader forces himself to lock in, pushing past the exhaustion until everything else falls away and he finally tracks the movement. He can see the blade coming. In the dead of night, the lone survivor moves like a blur, his speed so immense his opponent can barely track him. The mustachioed warrior yells a dismissive taunt, trying to brush off the attack as a petty trick, but the force of the collision sends him reeling through the air. Our protagonist doesn't give him a second to breathe. Closing the distance while naming his next technique, the Three Forces sword, he delivers a lethal blow that cuts through his opponent's desperate defense. As blood spills into the night, the survivor leaves him with one final truth. He let his guard down, and in their world, that's the only mistake that matters. The warrior freezes, staring at a result that should be impossible. He watched his blade sink into his opponent's back, but even a perfect blow wasn't enough to drop the man. Our hero doesn't just survive, he stands his ground like the wound never happened. As he turns, he offers a piece of advice. In a real fight, the one who keeps the most secrets always wins. It's a terrifying realization. The bandaged fighter mocks the man's single hidden dagger, asking if that's really all he brought to a life-or-death struggle. The warrior's blood runs cold. Looking into those dark, intense eyes, a memory of pure terror starts to surface. He's seen this monster somewhere before, but he won't get long to remember, as the survivor unleashes a full arsenal of daggers to finish what should have been over minutes ago. The lone survivor floods the air with steel, forcing the mustachioed warrior into a desperate, high-speed defense as daggers rain down from every angle. Even with his skill, the warrior can't block them all, taking glancing hits that draw blood as the sheer volume of the assault overwhelms his guard. It finally clicks. His eyes weren't playing tricks on him. This man isn't reaching for hidden pockets, he's pulling weapons out of thin air. The realization doesn't make it any easier to swallow. Whatever kind of sorcery is at work, it defies every rule of combat the warrior has ever known. But the sound of a charging bandit breaks his focus. The mustachioed warrior freezes as the realization hits him. There is no way out of this strike. Across the clearing, the lone survivor is a nightmare of red eyes and blood, warning the older man not to interfere with his hunt. Fear starts to turn into something else as the warrior stares into those eyes, a buried memory finally surfacing as he watches the carnage. It's impossible, but the pieces fit. This monster is the same boy from the Danri clan he once looked down on as nothing more than a bug. His shock curdles into a desperate screaming rage, refusing to believe a lowly wretch could ever push him this far. He lunges forward in a final, frantic assault, but the young man moves with a speed that defies logic, leaving the warrior to wonder when the boy he once knew became something so terrifying. The mustachioed warrior is reeling, his world collapsing as he demands to know how long he's been played for a fool. Behind the bandages, the lone survivor offers no answer, his eyes locked on the opening he needs. He strikes with a speed that defies logic, forcing the older man into a desperate defense where insults are the only weapon he has left. Panic starts to take over as the warrior connects the boy to the plague that devastated Bongyang. Trying to make sense of the monster standing before him, he swings wildly, the clash of steel ringing through the forest as he finds himself completely outclassed by a boy who shouldn't even know how to hold a sword. In a final burst of frantic denial, he tries to belittle the survivor, screaming that he was nothing more than a stable hand meant for cleaning horse dung. It's a pathetic attempt to reconcile the reality of the situation. He's being dismantled by a nobody. The lone survivor moves with absolute precision, systematically dismantling the bearded leader until the man is nothing more than a collection of failing parts. It's a clean execution that leaves the leader staring into the void. With his final breath, he gasps out a desperate need to return to the Danri clan, but his body is already gone. The protagonist doesn't offer mercy, finishing the job with a single decisive motion that leaves him standing amidst the spray. Looking back at the remains, our lead drops a cold reminder. In a world like this, the one who hides more always has the advantage. The battlefield is a mess, and the men on the ground are starting to panic as they realize they're on their own. One attacker screams for the reinforcements that were supposed to be here already, while our protagonist watches from the shadows, his face still wrapped in bandages from the last encounter. He'd been warned that the flow of enemies would eventually dry up, and it's happening exactly as predicted. There's a reason the support stopped coming, and he knows he needs to find out why before the next wave lands. He scoffs at how long the higher-ups took to send help, but his relief is short-lived. A new group of massive, masked warriors marches into the clearing with a silent, heavy presence that doesn't feel like an ally's arrival. Bong-su stares at the newcomers, unsettled not just by their size, but by the fact that every single one of them is wearing their clothes inside out. The stronghold leader shouts out to his reinforcements, finally seeing the shadow of the man he's been waiting for. He starts to demand an explanation for the delay, but the sight of the warrior's strange attire stops him mid-sentence. He never gets to finish the question. A single blurring strike shears through the air, claiming the leader's life before the realization can even land. The rest of the bandits freeze, their expressions twisting into absolute terror as they watch their commander fall in an instant. Their savior has arrived, but he isn't here to save them. Wearing a bloodthirsty grin, the executioner drops the final order for the night: leave no one alive. High in the misty mountains under a moonless sky, a lone survivor scrambles backward through the dirt, his breath hitching as he stares up at the man who just cut down his entire crew. He's beyond fighting, reduced to trembling hands and a desperate plea for a mercy he hasn't earned. He doesn't understand why the killing started or why his comrade turned his blade on his own people. But the warrior standing over him finally snaps, shouting that he's reached his limit and can't go through with this anymore. The battlefield is a blur of betrayal as one warrior freezes, unable to grasp why they're being forced to butcher their own men. Blood sprays across the clearing in a mindless slaughter, fueled by a leader who promises to crush the skull of anyone who dares to hesitate, and she screams for total annihilation until the ground is soaked. As the last of the resistance falls, a lone survivor watches the carnage from the shadows of a nearby ridgeline. He stays low, keeping his presence hidden while he prepares to move through the wreckage of his former life. Our protagonist sprints through the dark woods, his eyes sharp under his bandages as he monitors every shadow for movement. Looking back, a line of torches stretches across the ridge like a burning wound. Everywhere he turns, the enemy is already waiting, their scouts scanning the undergrowth for any sign of life. He launches himself through the upper canopy, realizing the scale of the trap. These pirates are slaughtering their own men just to ensure the mountain is fully sealed. Ash Shadow watches from the darkness, recognizing the enemy's formation for exactly what it is: a driving hunt meant to flush him out. He doesn't look like a target, though. As the guards sweep the forest floor in a tight line, he drops from the canopy like a stone, catching the center of their formation completely off guard. One man barely manages to scream a warning before the air fills with the sound of whistling chain. Our protagonist unleashes his blade in a blinding whirlwind of steel, cutting through the perimeter in one fluid motion that leaves nothing but silence behind him. The lone survivor finishes the slaughter, crouching low in a clearing thick with the dead as white tracers of energy whip through the air. He studies his internal HUD, watching his experience bar creep forward and noting how close he is to his next level. A few stragglers from the group scramble into the tree line, shouting for everyone to keep moving. He watches them go, his expression unreadable behind the layers of bandages. A new plan takes shape. He doesn't need to kill them all right now when he can find a way to use them instead. In the distance, the survivors limp through the dark, gasping for breath, while they carry their wounded deeper into the forest. Out in the dark, the air feels different, and Aang turns to her grandfather to see if he's caught the shift too. Great Hero Town confirms the grim reality. They aren't just being followed, they're being hunted. He pieces together the predator's strategy, realizing the group is being herded toward the mountain peak like livestock. A panicked messenger interrupts the heavy silence, begging the old warrior to follow him. The group reaches the edge of the clearing and stops. Far below them, the ground drops away into nothingness. With their backs to the drop and the hunters closing in, one warrior collapses as the weight of the trap finally sinks in. The herding is over. They're cornered. Panic is a disease, and it's spreading through the group faster than any blade could. They've already surrendered, convinced that the wedding they came to celebrate has become their collective grave. Great hero Tang listens to the hysterical sobbing until he can't take another second of it. He snaps, his voice cutting through the despair like a whip, as he demands to know since when the young had less fight in them than an old man. He isn't interested in their excuses or their terror. For him, the math is simple. If they want to live, they just have to kill every single person that tries to climb this hill. He stares down the survivors, daring anyone to tell him he's wrong, and the messenger can only stammer out a weak denial. A rustle in the dark forest tells Tang that the talking is over. A desperate survivor stumbles out of the trees with his hands raised, shouting for a ceasefire because they were attacked too. From the gloom, Ash Shadow watches the confusion ripple through the group, while great hero Tang can only stare as the reality of the situation settles in. The man is fuming, explaining that their own allies turned on them and they've been running for their lives just like everyone else. Tang isn't interested in the survivors' trauma. He only sees an opening. If the enemy is busy killing each other, the path down the mountain might finally be clear. He barks a command to move aside, ready to punch through the encirclement before the window of opportunity slams shut. A booming laugh tears through the forest, stopping Tang in his tracks. Out of the darkness, a massive warrior carrying a spiked mace steps forward to mock them, pointing out that after all that desperate running, this was the best Tang could manage. One trap just closed, but it seems a much larger one was already waiting for them in the dark. The massive warrior looms over his prey with a sadistic grin, comparing the hero to a trapped rat. Cornered in the dark forest, great hero Tang demands to know who he's actually facing. The giant pauses for a second, his features shifting and melting away until a lean, wild-eyed man takes his place. The recognition lands with the weight of a physical blow. Tang shouts the name out in total disbelief. Du Hyoake. The ruthless leader isn't interested in the theatrics though, and cuts the shifting shadow off mid-gloat. They have a mission to finish, and she wants the soul-chasing poison hand dealt with immediately. Shifting Shadow is in no rush to finish this, fully content to savor the delay while he waits for his final target to show up. He mockingly calls for calm as he faces down great hero Tang, stalling the inevitable clash to ask one small question. He refers to the man Tang was protecting as nothing more than a piece of trash, his curiosity turning lethal as he demands to know exactly where he's hiding. The survivor stands in the dark, his pulse racing as the bloodlust takes hold. As he studies them, Ash Shadow begins to piece together the enemy's logic. If they were truly searching for him, then their willingness to kill even their own allies wasn't just a mistake. It was a desperate attempt to ensure he didn't escape. Everything traces back to that night, and the flash of light that changed everything. By stepping in, he didn't just disrupt a mission, he completely ruined whatever plan they had been building for years. From their perspective, he isn't just a nuisance. He's a target they absolutely have to hunt down and kill, and the thought of being the prey sends a genuine thrill through him. He's ready for the hunt. Ash Shadow relishes the hunt, a lethal smile hidden beneath his bandages as he watches his prey from the dark. Below him in the misty clearing, Shifting Shadow scans the tree line with a frantic, focused intensity, convinced that an expert capable of such a flash couldn't have just vanished into the night. The silver-haired warrior loses his patience and bellows into the trees, demanding his opponents stop hiding and face him. His voice carries a manic edge as he reminds his prey of their promise to meet again, threatening to start a countdown that usually ends in blood. He doesn't get to 3 before Ash Shadow launches a counter-ambush, a blur of motion and steel that tears through the silence. Shifting Shadow's face splits into a wide, ecstatic grin at the sight of the strike. He's been waiting for this. But as the two clash, the system interface reveals the grim reality of our protagonist's situation. His vitality is dangerously low, and at level 13, he's fighting for his life. The light fades as Shifting Shadow scans the empty ledge, stunned by how quickly his target vanished. It takes him a second to piece it together, but he caught a glimpse of a silhouette plunging into the darkness. Ash Shadow didn't slip. He threw himself off the cliff. The drop is hundreds of feet of jagged rock and mist. Shifting Shadow knows the math. Even a master like Tang Wu wouldn't survive a fall from this height. It looks like a suicide, but something about the way he moved tells a different story. Below, the rest of the attackers close in on the only prize left. As Eng begins to stir in the dirt, completely unaware that her only hope just took a leap into the abyss. Shifting Shadow scratches his head, sounding more annoyed than anything else as he admits the current outcome doesn't sit right with him. His expression shifts into a jagged manic grin, deciding that since things didn't go as planned, he'll just have to settle for the targets in front of him. The attackers are frozen in total confusion, barely able to process why young Master Do is standing against them. Tears well up in Aang eyes as the weight of the betrayal lands. She demands to know what he's doing, but the man she thought she knew is gone. He doesn't even blink at her distress, mockingly asking if she was always too slow to grasp how the world actually works. The mask is off, and he clearly finds her confusion hilarious. Sensing the shift in the air, Great Hero Tang barks out a command for everyone to fall back before the next wave hits. It's a bad bet, and the trap is finally closing in on them. In the middle of the nighttime battlefield, the Shifting Shadow issues a cold command to his group to track down Tang Wu. Aang tries to intervene, but he dismisses her with a sharp order to stay out of his way. Watching from the side, a bearded guard curses under his breath as the situation spirals. The Shadow doesn't like repeating himself, and his patience finally snaps. He steps forward, his robe stained with fresh blood, taunting the survivors for trying to start the feast without him. Great Hero Tang watches him approach, analyzing the threat with growing dread. The previous attackers were already at the level of their clan's peak experts, and now another one has appeared. The realization hits him like a physical blow. Shifting Shadow leans into the cruelty of the moment, mentioning almost as an afterthought that he brought a gift for the group. He tosses a dark, tumbling object casually toward them, and Namgung Hae can only watch as it rolls to a stop at her feet. The man spreads his arms wide, relishing the theater of his own malice as he calls for a drum roll. The reveal lands like a physical weight, the severed head of the Namgung clan's patriarch, still warm and fresh, staring back at her. The world simply stops for Hai as the image burns in. Her mind fractures, her strength giving out until she collapses into the dirt, unable to form a coherent scream. This was her grandfather, and the sight of him like this is a boundary she can't cross back from as she reaches out with trembling hands, barely able to whisper the name. Namgung Hai's voice breaks as she looks down, the reality of the night finally catching up to her. She sits paralyzed in the rain, cradling the severed head of her grandfather, the patriarch of the Namgung clan. The blade used to kill him is still driven deep into his skull. As she stares into his lifeless eyes, a massive shadow looms over her from behind. A low, muffled sound cuts through the rain, bubbling up into a sharp, uncontrolled laugh. The Shifting Shadow throws his head back in manic glee, mocking the sight of the celebrated beauty of Anhui sobbing over a corpse. Looking out over the field of bodies, he revels in the carnage, admitting that the ruined face of a beautiful woman is the only gift he ever really wanted to see. Shifting Shadow laughs like a man who just found a punchline in a pile of bodies. He looks around at the heavy silence, baffled that his allies don't share this high. Du Heo Ok and Ash Shadow watch him with open disgust, the kind usually reserved for a rabid dog that won't stop barking. He has his sights set on Namgung Hae as a prize, his laughter echoing against her hollow, broken expression. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the silence of the others is the only thing that actually lands, leaving him alone in his own madness. Great Hero Tang concentrates his internal energy for a final desperate strike. With a massive surge, he unleashes his hidden weapons, leaving the girl frozen in shock as she recognizes the technique of the man who has protected her for so long. Namgung Hae can barely process the energy swirling around her, but the great hero doesn't hesitate, committing half of his remaining power to the Dragon Phoenix Golden Needles to end this fight once and for all. Great Hero Tang grit his teeth as he weighed the cost of the technique he was about to unleash. Descending the cliff safely wasn't enough. The sheer force of the Dragon Phoenix Golden Needles would likely leave his subordinates crippled for life. Even with that grim price on the table, their survival outweighed any physical toll, and his resolve didn't waver for a second as he reached out to force their escape. Tang Wu shouted in desperate confusion, unable to grasp why the old man was throwing himself into such a reckless position. The great hero roared his final command, as a member of the Sichuan Tang clan, his voice carrying the weight of a legacy he was now sacrificing. Namgung Hae could only watch as the golden needles pierced through, while Tang Hua ordered Tang Wu to survive at any cost, even if he broke, so that he could one day return to settle this blood debt. A final scream of despair echoed into the night as the choice was finalized. The shifting shadow screams as his reality fractures, his rage boiling over as he charges forward to reclaim what he thinks is his. But the elderly man he's hunting isn't running anymore, he's ascending. As the shadow closes the distance, the pressure in the air shifts, turning heavy and lethal in a way he didn't think possible from a dying old man. Tang Wu casts aside his restraint, embracing the terrifying legacy of the 10 greats. He's done hiding behind a name. He's here to be the soul-chasing poison hand, and tonight, he reaps. The descent is a suicide mission. 500 meters down, and our protagonist calculates he has at least 1,200 more to go before he touches solid ground. It's a drop that would kill anyone else, but he's banking on his leveled-up stats and a grim plan to use the corpses in his inventory as a physical buffer to break his fall. He jams his blade into the rock to steady himself. Losing the sword is a death sentence midair, forcing him to trigger his inventory in a desperate gamble to survive the final drop. They plummet into the dark, several figures glowing as they fall through the mountain air toward an uncertain end. Among them, the lone survivor draws his blade mid-descent, striking hard against the cliff face and then into his enemy as they hurtle downward. He knows the math of this fall, whether it's Tang Wu or the men hunting him. Every one of them is destined for the bottom. He forces himself to find a way to survive the descent, desperate for any opportunity to turn this disaster around. Below, the vast mountain valley waits in the mist, silent and indifferent to the bodies falling into its depths. The air thickens as the soul-chasing poison hand finally draws on his forbidden arts, a move the young master didn't think was possible with so many allies nearby. It's a desperate gamble, and the fact that the old man is willing to risk his own granddaughter's life to use it shows just how little he has left. But a gamble like that is a sign of weakness, a clear signal that the legend is finally being pushed into a corner. Sensing the end is near, the young master roars for his men to finish it, and the Danri clan warriors surge forward with a collective bloodlust that drowns out the wind. They collide with the old man's position in a spray of steel and red, each man screaming for the glory of landing the final blow as they swarm the cliffside to claim their prize. The Danri clan finds themselves facing the absolute limit of their target, as the soul-dementing ghost poison hand unleashes a final, desperate surge of power. A thick, toxic aura sweeps across the cliffside, leaving the warriors choking as the poison begins to take hold. Bongsu surveys the dark clearing, the silence of the forest finally settling over the aftermath of the clash. It's a sobering sight. The enemy's final attack carried enough power to melt them where they stood, and they only survived because they had the foresight to take antidote beads beforehand. Across the clearing, the young master is in a far different state, his lungs seizing as he struggles to draw a single clean breath. Through the agony, he can't wrap his head around how his opponents are still standing, let alone looking completely untouched. Eng doesn't offer an explanation, simply shifting her weight and preparing for the final, decisive movement of the night. The young master's eyes widen as the realization of his own end finally lands, and the light begins to fade from the world for the last time. The young master hits the dirt, a final cough of blood staining the ground as his strength leaves him. He stares ahead with a strange clarity, whispering that in this moment of total defeat, he finally feels alive. Tang Wu looks on with nothing but contempt, noting how the Danri clan kept their treasures hidden until the very end. The poison is relentless, tearing through their ranks and melting the life right out of them. Tang Wu notices an antidote bead among the wreckage, a small proof of how much they feared him. They came ready to kill a legend, but as the old man prepares to finish them, he knows their preparation wasn't nearly enough. Tang Wu doesn't just stand before them, he looms, reminding everyone present that he is one of the 10 greats of the Murim for a reason. He mocks the very idea that a mere bead could restrain a man of his standing, his eyes locking onto the young master with a gaze that promises only death. Before anyone can blink, the elder moves with a speed that defies logic, forcing our protagonist to scream out a warning for everyone to get clear. The lone survivor knows he can't just dodge this, so he puts everything into a counterstrike, focusing his entire momentum into a single, desperate point of contact. A savage grin spreads across his face as the sensation of resistance finally gives way, confirming he actually broke through Tang Wu's defense. He watches the resulting shockwave, knowing that for better or worse, the nature of this fight just changed. Bong-su grits his teeth as the assault keeps coming, bracing himself as a projectile slams into his chest. Watching the exchange, the young master roars a challenge and demands to know where the old man thinks he's going. Tang Wu doesn't even slow down, dismissing the counterattack as a pathetic attempt to stop a master of the hidden arts. But the young master has a trump card hidden in his sleeve, literally. A mechanical device clicks into place, erupting in a blinding flash that catches the old master off guard. Driven by pure fury, the young master screams at Tang Wu to stop hiding behind cowardly toys and fight like a man, unleashing his shadowed phantom bloom technique to flood the field with strikes. The young master finally unleashes his hidden technique, but Tang Wu isn't waiting around to be a target and counters with a hail of explosives. The blasts tear through the dark, and our protagonist is forced into a high-speed evasion to keep from being caught in the center of the heat. Our protagonist finally closes the distance, dropping a low warning that he's caught his prey, lunging through the forest with a speed that leaves the other warrior completely exposed. A sudden impact sends the swordsman reeling, and as he tries to raise his blades for a desperate block, he finds his timing is already shot. The protagonist strikes again, not with a blade, but with a series of precise hits that target the nervous system directly. This is a realization pivot. The swordsman is frozen in place. He recognizes the pressure point strikes for what they are, but his limbs refuse to obey him. The fight was over before he even knew what hit him. The lone survivor pins the bearded leader down with absolute crushing force. He closes the distance, and the leader's scream tears through the forest as the first blow lands. This isn't just a brawl, it's an execution. The protagonist unleashes a massive surge of power that lights up the entire battlefield, standing over the wreckage of the fight with a dark, electrical intensity. The shock hits the bearded leader harder than the physical strike. The saber was a distraction. This whole time, the kid's true skill was a devastating palm technique, and realizing it now only confirms how completely he's been outclassed. Tang Wu charges in with a roar, throwing everything into his thunderclap 100 strikes palm, as the young master counters with the dark energy of his own bloodhand technique. The two powers collide in a massive shockwave that tears through the battlefield, forcing the young master backward through the dirt. He can't believe it. He's actually being pushed back. Tang Wu presses the advantage, sensing that his opponent's internal energy is finally hitting its limit. From the edge of the destruction, the banded survivor watches the explosion of energy and realizes the damage is done. His sight is gone, and the eyes he once prized are now useless. Standing there blind, he prepares to make his next move. The banded survivor snaps, his voice cracking with a pure, unfiltered rage directed at Tang Wu. He doesn't just want to win anymore. He's committed to a suicide strike, promising to drag his enemy down into the dirt with him. Every muscle in his body screams as he pushes past his physical limits, his focus narrowing onto the single target ahead. He launches forward like a guided projectile, catching Tang Wu completely off guard with the sheer violence of the counter-offensive, tearing through the battlefield as the survivor pours every last drop of his remaining energy into this one final moment. On the moonlit battlefield, the dust finally begins to settle, but the silence is broken by Tang Wu's agonizing scream as he claws at his face. The old man is blinded, his rage boiling over as he realizes the cost of his last exchange, and he lunges forward with a desperate oath to slit his opponent's throat. The young master calls for him to wait, his hand raised in a sudden sharp warning. Emerging from the dark forest, a monstrous silhouette limps toward them, blood spraying from a mangled arm as a single white eye glows with a terrifying, unnatural light. Disbelief washes over both of them. The man they thought was finished is still moving, dragging himself back into the fight by sheer force of will. Tang Wu doesn't need to run anymore. He stops, the reveal finally landing as he turns to face his pursuers with the weight of a master who has spent decades hiding his true face. The elderly man erupting into the soul-chasing poison hand isn't just a shift in stance, it's a death sentence for everyone in the clearing. He unleashes a toxic surge that saturates the air, leaving the young master scrambling as he realizes the ground itself has been turned into a weapon. He hadn't seen the setup, and by the time the hidden traps fire from below, The math is already done. This isn't a fight, it's an execution. The clearing explodes as our protagonist dives clear of a toxic blast, barely finding his footing before the vengeful warrior drops into a heavy defensive crouch. There's no room for a breath, and our hero stays in the air, raining down a barrage of high-speed strikes that force Tang Wu into a desperate deflection. The warrior grunts as the pressure mounts, every muscle coiling under the weight of an assault that isn't just fast, it's focused. He looks at his blade and the truth lands hard. Every single hit has been targeting the exact same point on his steel. Our boy has been chipping away at a single structural flaw, and Tang Wu shouts a mocking taunt as he prepares to end it with one massive swing. It's a calculated risk. As the warrior's club comes down, the survivor intercepts the strike mid-air, leaning into the clash even as Tang Wu's toxic barrier threatens to swallow them both. Tang Wu drives his weight into the strike, forcing the lone survivor to brace for an impact that feels like the world collapsing on him. The weight of the moment lands when the survivor looks at his weapon and finds it wanting, leaving him with only a second to realize how bad things have actually become. A blinding surge of power throws both men back, but as the smoke clears, Tang Wu decides the game ends here. The lone survivor can feel the desperation clawing at his throat, knowing his only hope is to end this fight right now or never. Tang Wu screams out a final technique, unleashing a force that sends the survivor reeling into the dirt. Grounded and broken, the survivor watches as Tang Wu stands in the distance, a looming reminder that sometimes, sheer will isn't enough to bridge the gap. Our protagonist isn't through with him yet, looming over his opponent with a grin that looks more like a row of jagged knives. He lets out a feral roar that echoes through the mountain pass, launching into a brutal strike that catches the old man off guard. Tang Wu screams as the impact lands, the sound of his own agony cutting through the night. Bloodied and desperate, the old man struggles to stay upright, while the needles protruding from his own skin begin to take their toll. He knows his window is closing fast. The boy is in a trance, but those red eyes won't stay clouded forever, and once his senses return, the opening will vanish. This is the last chance Tang Wu has to end it, and he braces himself for a final lethal gamble. But our MC is already moving again, his jaws snapping as he reacts with the raw aggression of a predator that has finally cornered its prey. High on a mist-covered ridge, the lone survivor closes the distance for one final confrontation. Every step forward is a heavy, blood-soaked grind through the remains of a massacre. He's pushed himself past every reasonable limit. Across the clearing, the blind archer spits a mouthful of blood, her body battered but her stance still holding. She stands defiant against the white-bearded elder, two warriors waiting for the end of a long, violent night. The survivor's internal energy is gone, and his hidden weapons have all been spent. All he has left to throw into the fight is his own broken body. The fight has devolved into a messy, brutal exchange of blood and iron. The elder warrior is reeling from the weight of the impacts, while the blind archer is driven by nothing but primal rage, her twin buns frayed and her face splattered with gore. Our protagonist isn't doing much better, barely holding himself together as he prepares for one final, desperate charge. He throws everything he has into a strike, demanding the old man just stay down and die. The lone survivor is actually insulted. He can't believe a man ranked among the 10 greats would resort to something as disgraceful as a lazy donkey roll. Covered in filth and blood, the old man only looks back with one question: what good is honor to a dead man? The concept of honor was something he threw off a cliff a long time ago. He lunges across the clearing, closing the distance with the white-bearded elder in a single explosive burst. This isn't a duel between masters anymore. It's a hunt. He catches the old man's face in a brutal grip, driving him straight into the dirt with enough force to shatter the earth. The elder struggles against the weight, but our protagonist has him pinned, looming over the fallen warrior with a gaze that has gone entirely animal. In this moment, there is no more technique or lineage, only the hunger to finish what he started. Our protagonist lunges with a primal ferocity that barely looks human anymore, his body coiled and ready to tear through whatever stands in his way. But the white-bearded elder isn't backing down. He's bloodied and beaten, but his pride is still intact as he scoffs at the idea of falling to a monster like this. He's gathering every scrap of strength left in his body for one last stand. his eyes burning with the kind of desperate fury you only see in a man who has already accepted his own death. They collide in an explosion that rocks the entire clearing, leaving the battlefield behind as the sun finally begins to set on the carnage. The sun sets over a battlefield that should have been a graveyard, but only one side is still standing. Blood drips from the hair of a white-bearded elder, his body dragged across the dirt by the very man they sent a small army to kill. From the edge of the clearing, a wounded survivor watches the silhouette of the man who just dismantled his entire unit. He can't wrap his head around it. They had 100 warriors and 3 elite shadows, and they still couldn't kill a single wounded old man. The horror of the situation finally lands as he realizes they weren't the hunters. They were just the latest set of bodies. He can only let out a broken gasp as the man continues his long, unhurried walk toward him. The lone survivor of the slaughter isn't a man anymore, at least not to the cowering survivor who's currently staring up at him in pure terror. Dies in the vast silence of the cliffside. Just below the ledge, a bloodied hand reaches up, grabbing for a grip that might not be there. The survivor scrambles backward, his voice cracking as he begs the shadow to get lost, finally lashing out with a desperate kick that carries everything he has left. The lone survivor looms against the dying sun, a dark silhouette radiating a presence that feels more like a predator than a man. Beside him, the elder stands bloodied and vacant, his eyes hollowed out as if his soul has already left the building. Watching from the dirt, the cowering survivor can't make sense of the scene. The old man looks like he's lost his mind, but there's a terrifying precision in how he holds his ground. The elder reaches out with a shaking hand, whispering a warning to stay away that lands far too late for anyone to listen. Before the words even settle, the air between them snaps. Our MC moves with supernatural speed, a blur of shadow and glowing light that covers the distance in a heartbeat. The elder can only stare as the reality of the strike lands. It's a bad bet to think anyone was walking away from this sunset. Tang Wu freezes as his final strike misses the mark, his voice failing him while the reality of the counter lands. Ang doesn't give him a second to recover, driving her hand straight through his chest with a jagged, manic grin. With a sudden, violent motion, she rips her arm free and discards the seasoned warrior like he's nothing. He collapses into the dirt while she stands over the carnage, ignoring a survivor's terrified screams about a shifting shadow technique she shouldn't even know. Looking back at the cliff she just scaled, Ang realizes how thin the margin was. If Tang Wu had put just a fraction more power into his earlier punch, she would have never made the climb. 1 inch of internal energy was the only thing between her and certain death. The scene shifts back to the clifftop where the dust is finally settling. Covered in blood and wearing a terrifying grin, Ang declares that the day belongs to them. Tang Wu doesn't look like a man who just lost, leaning on his sword with a defiant shout as he admits he actually thought his life was over for a second. The fear has already curdled into a dark, focused malice. He promises her a death that is anything but peaceful, detailing exactly how he plans to take her apart piece by piece before finally cutting her throat. He's already looking past her, planning to head down the cliff to hunt her companions next, but his threat cuts short as something finally registers. Back at the palace, the plan is already shifting. Tang Wu's hand trembles as he reaches for his final reserve of strength, his body barely holding together under the strain. He stares back in shock, unable to believe his opponent is still standing after everything he's thrown at him. This next move is a shadow of what it should be, a desperate, imperfect copy of the original technique, but it's the only choice he has left. If he's going to die on this cliffside, he'll burn through every remaining second of his life to take his enemy with him. Green light floods the battlefield, catching the lone survivor completely off guard as he realizes too late that the hidden weapons weren't meant to pierce him. They were meant to detonate. He only has time for one last gasp of realization before the explosion wipes everything else away. The battlefield vanishes in a final, blinding shockwave that leaves Tang Wu plummeting through a cold and silent abyss. As the light fades, his last thoughts drift to the one person he couldn't protect, wishing he could have seen her married before the end, and pleading for her to survive. Deep in the crater, a lone figure remains amid the settling dust, standing in a field of red as the sound of the world finally begins to return. Our story opens on a decimated battlefield, where the ground itself has been carved into a massive crater. Smoke and ash hang heavy over the wreckage, serving as a silent testament to the raw power unleashed here just moments ago. Amidst the debris, the weight of the silence is absolute, marking the end of a confrontation that has reshaped the landscape forever. Make no mistake, whatever walked away from this impact wasn't human. Consciousness returns all at once, snapping open his eyes to find himself lying in a massive crater, broken and bloodied, barely able to process that he's actually still alive. He tries to shift, but the body he's relied on for a lifetime is finally done, his vision blurring as the world around him begins to drift. With his inner power completely drained and nothing left to hold the pieces together, he accepts that the end isn't just coming, it's already here. His eyes slide shut for what should be the final time, leaving the valley to the quiet and the settling dust. The battlefield is a graveyard, with the bodies of guests and pirates scattered across the torn earth. Looking at the carnage, the dying survivor sees what everyone else missed. These men didn't just die from the fall. They were finished off on the ground, systematically hunted through the wreckage. A dark silhouette looms over him in the light of the clearing, a predator watching the last of the life fade from his eyes. The survivor stares up into the face of his killer, recognizing the monster standing in the shadows as Tong Sam. The massacre is complete. At the base of the cliff, Tong Wu stares across a literal sea of his own fallen martial artists, their discarded blades buried in the mud and blood. Standing over him is the one man he never expected to see holding the winning hand, Tong Sam. The old man can barely recognize the creature staring back at him. This isn't the disciple he knew, it's something ancient and hollow wearing a familiar face. Tong Wu manages to choke out a final question, but Tong Sam only smiles as he leans in, whispering that he's been waiting an eternity for the world to look exactly like this. It's a bitter end for the patriarch. He gave this boy everything, even his own family name, only to realize too late that he was just feeding a monster that had been planning his death from the very start. Tong Wu screams in a fit of rage as he's pinned to the ground, unable to fathom how the boy he treated as a tool now dares to try and kill him. He spits out insults, calling his attacker a beastly wretch, and regretting the day he spared his life back on the ship. Driven to his last resort, the old man bellows a command to the parasitic goo living inside the youth, ordering it to tear its host's body apart from the inside. A twisted laugh escapes him, as he reminds the young man of the poison he's carrying, promising that his body will soon be shredded to pieces until he bleeds out from every orifice. He's waiting for the screaming to start, but the protagonist only stares back with cold, glowing eyes and reveals that he took that bug out a long time ago. The realization hits Tang Wu that his final leverage is gone, and for the first time he looks truly terrified. As Tang Wu stares into the glowing eyes of his killer, he can only gasp out a final question. Tang Sam looms over him with cold detachment, looking down at the blade he's used to master the killing arts. To him, this whole world is just a playground for madmen where the strong feast on the weak, whether they call themselves orthodox, unorthodox, or demonic. It's a place where justice is just a nice word for violence, and strength is the only order that matters. In this world, the powerful are like butterflies fluttering in the sky, while he was once just a caterpillar crawling in the dirt, but the caterpillar is done crawling. The sky opens up over the ruins, light cutting through the clouds as butterflies drift over the wreckage of a life Tang Sam is finally ready to discard. He's done being the victim, and in this crater, he's found the only ending that matters. Kneeling over his target in the center of the impact, he prepares to close the circle. By killing Tang Wu, he'll shed the skin of the servant and reclaim his nature as a hunter, one who stalks the monsters the world calls martial artists. Tang Wu stares up at the blade, unable to grasp that his own dog is the one putting him down. The legendary soul-chasing poison hand is reduced to begging, stammering about his status while Sam looks on, with a cold, jagged smile. To Sam, the old man isn't a master anymore. He's just the greatest prey he's ever tracked. Tang Wu lets out one final desperate scream of denial, but the blade doesn't care about his name. It only cares about the finish. A massive pillar of light erupts from the center of the battlefield, tearing through the haze and signaling the end of the struggle. As the dust settles, Tong Sam sits among the wreckage, soaking in the silence of a victory that clearly took everything he had. A chime cuts through the quiet and a system interface flickers to life, informing him that he's jumped 10 full levels in a single burst. It's a massive gain, but he expected more from a target as infamous as the soul-chasing Poison Hand. Apparently, even a legend's reputation doesn't always match the payout. Tong Sam stands over the remains of the elder, looking down with a cold, analytical gaze. The man is a total wreck, bloodied and pinned to the stone by a single blade. It's a visceral sight, but the protagonist is focused on the math of the kill, wondering if the experience points were cut short because the elder was already on his way out. A sudden notification sound pulls his attention, flashing a reminder of his class advancement quest. He needs 100 kills to progress, and he's currently sitting at 99. A realization hits him. He reaches down and grips the hilt, finishing what he started to secure the final point he needs. Looking out over the crater, Tong Sam knows there is no way Tong Wu ended up down here alone. He tightens his grip on the blade, certain she is hiding somewhere nearby in this field of red butterflies. He only needs one more kill to finish what he started, and finally advance to the rank of vagabond. The dust settles over a deep stone crater, where Aang slowly drags herself back to the waking world. Disoriented, she looks out at a landscape she doesn't recognize, but the moment she tries to move, the pain hits. Her leg is a wreck, likely broken, and she has no idea how long she's been out. Being alive is a start, but in a place like this, it's a small mercy. That's when her eyes lock onto something across the clearing. The world stops as she recognizes the body slumped over the rock. Hi. Panic overrides the pain in her leg as she screams for her comrade, desperately trying to crawl toward the one person who shouldn't be here. The clearing is silent, save for the weight of what's been lost, and the sight of Hai lying still in the dirt. Aang watches the butterflies settle over the carnage, her mind fracturing under the sudden brutal reality of the scene. She drags herself forward through the haze, clinging to the final command her grandfather gave her: to live. The return to the Tang clan is the only thing left, a single thread of purpose in a world that just went red. Her hands scrape against the dry earth, every inch gained costing more than she has left to give. She forces her fingers to lock, pulling herself along because stopping means dying, and she hasn't earned the right to quit yet. But the adrenaline is fading fast, leaving only the cold weight of exhaustion that threatens to pin her to the ground for good. A shadow falls over her, and her heart stops. She looks up into the face of Tang Sam, the one person who shouldn't be standing here, and the question barely makes it past her lips. How is he even here? He doesn't answer, his eyes fixed on her through the swarm of red wings, an imposing silence that says the nightmare isn't over. It's just changing shape. The field of red flowers is a nightmare, and Tang Hua is right in the center of it, crawling through the dirt toward the man she knows as Bong Su. She's broken, confused by his sudden appearance in this place, but she's still clinging to the idea of an ally. Her legs are gone, her strength is fading, and she begs him to help her get back to the Tang family. Then she sees the knife. It's a small, clinical movement, but the confusion on her face shifts into a cold, sudden understanding. This isn't a rescue. Years ago, back at the Tang estate, the Poison Elder had warned her about the path they chose. For those who build their power on venom, the transformation is absolute. Every muscle, bone, and drop of blood eventually becomes part of the poison itself. In this moment, it's clear the man standing over her is the ultimate proof of that cost. Years ago, the Poison Elder would show his pupil how a lifetime of poison cultivation changes a man, demonstrating how a simple touch could melt through solid iron. He would warn the young Tang Hua never to slack off on her training, hoping she might one day reach his level, before correcting himself with a smile. He knew she was destined to surpass him entirely. She can barely find the breath to ask why, unable to grasp how Sam could betray the very man who had honored him with the family's own name. The word barely makes it out past her teeth. Traitor. Aang screams it at him with everything she has left, her body broken and bloodied by the man she thought was an ally. Tang Sam doesn't flinch. There is nothing human left in his gaze, just a cold, predatory focus that makes it clear he's already moved past the betrayal to the cleanup. He tightens his grip on his blade and steps into her path, watching her desperate final struggle with the detached air of a man finishing a chore. To him, this isn't a battle between martial artists or a tragic turn between friends. It's just like crushing bugs. He looks out over the dark hills of Manhwa and sees the province for what it really is, a colossal jar used for a ritual of slaughter, where the heavenly demon castle lets the insects tear each other apart until only the strongest remains. The battlefield is just a jar, and everyone on it is an insect struggling to kill their way to the top. There's an old saying about these things: the longer a bug survives in that jar, the more toxic it becomes. If every other bug dies and only one remains, all that accumulated poison has to go somewhere. Tang Sam looks down at his target and hesitates. Killing Manhwa right now is the easy choice, but it might be the wrong one. Ending her life here wouldn't mean much, and more importantly, it might not even satisfy his quest conditions. He needs her to be worth more before he collects. Tang Sam stares her down and delivers the truth that cuts deeper than any blade. She lost because she's weak. Manhwa can barely process the words through the pain, her mind rejecting the idea that her defeat is that simple. He doesn't let up, confirming he really was the one who killed Tang Wu and challenging her to come take the price of that life herself. It's a calculated provocation, leaving her with a reason to survive just so she can hunt him down. The grief and humiliation finally snap, and she screams a vow of revenge into the air as Tang Sam walks away, leaving her with a curse that will follow him until they meet again. The scale of the chaos is starting to sink in, as Tang Sam realizes this isn't just about one region anymore. The entire Murim has been turned into a giant gujar, a closed arena where the orthodox, the unorthodox, and even the heavenly demon castle are all trapped together. It won't be long before the factions start swarming like insects, forced to tear each other apart until only the strongest is left standing. Survival in this new world requires a level of power Sam simply doesn't have yet. He needs to reach a point where he can at least hold his own against an expert of Tang Wu's caliber, but his current growth is too slow. To reach his next class advancement as a vagabond, he'll need to hit level 30. And that means finding a way to hunt far more efficiently than he ever has before. The path forward is clear, and the weight of what's coming settles over him. He's done being the prey. Tang Sam is done playing small. He's shifting his hunting ground to a place where the blood runs thicker and the battles offer the kind of experience he actually needs to grow. This transition marks a grim turning point as a massive explosion rocks the mountain canyon, leaving an injured elder screaming in pure agony. He curses the name Tang Wu for having the sheer insanity to detonate hidden weapons at point-blank range. The elder is in disbelief, thinking he just witnessed the legendary heaven-shrouding petal rain technique, a lost art of the Tang clan. But the scarred warrior standing over the ruins corrects him. It wasn't the complete version. The boy lacked the internal energy to pull off the true technique and was simply detonating weapons he'd already planted. The elder stares at the scorched earth, reeling from the sheer scale of the power that just leveled the area. Beside him, shifting shadow stands tall amidst the wreckage, assessing the carnage with a cold, tactical eye. He's blunt about why they're still breathing. If they hadn't used water shadow as a human shield, the blast would have annihilated them both. The elder lets out a jagged laugh, acknowledging that the woman is tough as nails even if she's currently half dead. She only survived because of her heart guard, and she isn't moving. The elder's face contorts in sudden, sharp panic at the thought of being left behind. He's terrified that going alone is a death sentence, and he shouts for them to stay together. But shifting shadow is already gone, leaving the old man screaming into the empty ruined landscape. The weight of what's coming finally starts to crush the elder. He's a man who has likely seen 1,000 battlefields, but right now, clutching his head in the dark, he's just a terrified old man standing before the heart of the Black Pantheon. He stares up at the massive carved gates, whispering a desperate mantra to himself that he can handle this, that nothing bad has to happen today, but his own breath betrays him. He pushes the doors open and immediately drops to his knees, small and broken at the end of a long hall, where the master of this place sits in total silence. Within the cavernous main hall of the Black Pantheon, the man who called himself the Injured Elder grovels on the floor, finally revealing his true name, Muban. He desperately reports that the first phase of the plan is complete, stuttering through an excuse about his partner, Water Shadow, being wounded in the process. As he looks toward the shadow of his silent master, the weight of the moment is heavy. A single mistake here could cost him everything. Muban doubles down in a panic, swearing that despite the injuries, the mission went exactly as ordered. Bang Po-yem leans in with a question that feels more like a trap, asking if the first phase of the plan really went off without a hitch. The weight of the lie is already crushing Muban, who can barely catch his breath as the silence in the hall thickens. He tries to stammer out a confirmation, prostrating himself on the floor, while his partner, Water Shadow, lies broken and unconscious nearby. The memory of the failure is a nightmare that won't stop playing, dominated by the terrifying image of Shifting Shadow, a creature of jagged teal energy and pure malice. Bang Po-yem isn't buying the act, and he drops the one detail that proves he knows everything, asking exactly why Shifting Shadow decided to pay a visit to the Murim Alliance. Bang Po-yem towers over the room, his voice a low growl as he demands to know how the Water Shadow could return in such a pathetic state. Muban can barely find his tongue, the words dying in his throat as the sheer weight of his master's presence pins him to the floor. There is no room for excuses here, and the cold stare from those red eyes makes it clear that failure is a debt paid only in blood. The warning is flat and final. If a failure like this happens again, Muban won't just die, he'll be forced to endure every second of it. Po-yem lets the thread hang in the air, pressing for an answer that confirms his absolute dominance. Broken and trembling, Muban can only choke out his submission, acknowledging the terms of his own potential execution. With the hierarchy re-established, the master turns his attention to the body on the floor, kneeling beside the unconscious woman to inspect the damage done to his elite shadow. Bang Po-yem rests a hand on Water Shadow's face, starting a process he calls the return of all streams to the source. Her flesh will perish, but he intends for her entire chi ocean to flow through his own veins instead. It's a cold, methodical stripping of her life force, framed by the old man as a way for her to become whole again by becoming part of him. Muban watches the horrific display from the floor, his one good eye wide with a terror that has completely paralyzed him. Po-yem turns his attention to the lone survivor, offering a mock congratulations that only underscores the gap between them. Muban doesn't offer a word of thanks. He just buries his face in the dirt, realizing that this is his life now, a future defined by absolute servitude to a monster who eats his own. Bang Po-yem towers over his subordinate with a question that carries the weight of a death sentence. He wants to know exactly why the first phase of their plan fell apart, and Muban can barely find the breath to answer. Stuttering through his terror, the warrior explains that an outsider interfered, someone who shouldn't have been there at all. According to their intelligence, this unknown factor appeared alongside the soul-chasing poison hand, despite supposedly dying in a fall from the cliffs of Sonjung Mountain. Desperate to prove he isn't just making excuses, Muban suddenly remembers a detail that stops the room cold. The outsider wasn't just a fighter, he was an expert who emitted light. The concept is enough to make the leader of the Black Pantheon pause. Muban doubles down on the impossible claim, swearing he saw a pillar of light. This wasn't a mistake, it was a variable that changed everything. Bang Po-yem stares ahead, his mind working through a claim that shouldn't be possible. Behind him, the man known as Muban coughs up blood, broken and desperate, but Po-yem barely notices, his authority filling the hall as he calls for his two elite shadows. Bian and Guanggun appear instantly, dropping to one knee before their master. Po-yem turns his focus to Bian, ordering her to take the Ash Shadow unit to Sonjung Mountain to find the body at the base of the cliff. His instructions are grim. Even if the man is shattered into pieces, he wants every bone recovered. Bian accepts the mission without hesitation, leaving Po-yem to turn toward Guanggun and command him to alert Old Beck. Old Beck watches with visible concern, pleading with his superior to reconsider the danger ahead. Bang Po-yem doesn't even look back, his silence making it clear that his mind is already made up. Realizing the decision is final, the elder subordinate yields and disappears into the shadows, leaving his master alone in the quiet hall. Po-yem stares into the distance, the recent chaos clearly weighing on him as he processes what he saw. He can't shake the image of that massive pillar of light, realizing that the impossible had happened right in front of him. It really was a level up. High above the city, A single black feather drifts through the clouds, descending toward a quiet balcony where an elderly warrior sits alone with his sword. A raven lands on his arm, delivering a small, tattered message that had been tied to its leg. The bearded elder unfurls the scrap of paper, offering a quiet grunt of surprise as he takes in the contents. He crumples the note in his fist, his expression unreadable, before turning his attention toward the sprawling courtyard below. There, among the rows of empty tables, a lone woman with messy raven hair focuses entirely on a bowl of noodles, seemingly indifferent to the eyes watching her from above. An old man approaches a woman named Miss Yeon with news of a letter from a mysterious him, asking them to find someone. She doesn't let him finish, shutting the conversation down immediately because she's in the middle of her noodles. The old man can only stand by in silence as she ignores the urgency of the message to focus on her meal. She takes her time finishing, draining her cup and letting out a satisfied sigh once the bowl is empty. Finally ready to move on, she calls out to the shopkeeper to settle the bill. He tells her the meal costs 3 coins, and she reaches into her robes to pay up. The tavern owner watches his customer with a mix of curiosity and local charm, clicking his tongue as he notes the rare sight of a young woman drinking alone in the middle of the day. He leans in with a playful wink, inviting her to return for a snack next time and even offering to join her for a round. The raven-haired woman remains completely unmoved by the merchant's flirting, her expression staying cold and detached as she reaches into her robes. She pulls out a single gold coin, which stops the shopkeeper mid-sentence, since the tab was actually for 3. Before he can argue the price, she tosses the payment and moves out, her departure leaving a heavy impact on the courtyard stones. The shopkeeper slams his hand down in a rage, demanding to know what she thinks she's doing. But the woman doesn't reach for her purse. Instead, she stands there and offers a simple, chilling choice: heads or tails. He stammers back, confused and demanding his coins, but the air in the courtyard has already changed. As he looks at her, the confusion turns into something far worse, a realization that he's not dealing with an ordinary customer. Her gaze is heavy, carrying a weight that seems to push the world into shadow and pin him where he stands. He tries to speak, but the words catch in his throat as he starts to choke on the sudden pressure. Shaking, he finally submits to her game and whispers a guess: heads. The wind carries the first signs of a changing season, but as the cold begins to settle in, the path ahead remains unclear. Even in the quiet, the weight of what's coming hangs heavy over the world. It's a moment of stillness before the next storm breaks.